Now I see him.
Okay.
You good? Hey, good evening, everyone. My name is Mitch Cohen. I chair the Northborough Select Board. Welcome to our meeting of the 4th of November, 2024. I will call our meeting to order. We have no members remote, so there's no opening announcement needed for that, but I do have a couple of important announcements. First, up at our table is a new person, Steph Bacon, our new town administrator. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome and congratulations and all those good things, and thank you very much to Diane Wackel for continuing things on in a strong and excellent way over the last few weeks. So I know we'll be hearing from you, and we try to run things a little bit casually, but chime in any time. And I know you've been watching our meetings, so you have some idea as to how we do things. And also, I've been asked by the fire department to make this announcement from Chief Parenti. Given the current and expected weather conditions, I, meaning Fire Chief, am temporarily denying all fire permit requests, and I'm imposing an outdoor fire ban in the town of Northborough at least through Friday, November 8th, 2024. This includes fires associated with fire pits, chimneys, outdoor fireplaces, and cooking and heating equipment that is not specifically covered under 310 CMR 7.07, the open burning regulation. There's been information about this placed on the town website, distributed online and social media and email and all those good things. Please don't do things that cause the fire department to be even busier than they are. Thank you. As always, oh yes, we are being recorded. Thank you very much for reminding me of that. That is something I'm supposed to do before all the meetings. We're being recorded. First item, as always, is public comment. If there is anyone in the audience, electronic or in person, that has anything, I saw a hand up over here. Please come to the podium. Identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind. I also see a hand up electronically, which we'll get to afterwards.
Good evening. I'm Doug Stone with 33 Berkshire Road in Northborough. And with continued interest in maintenance of our police station, I wrote an email last week to the Select Board concerning the status of a facilities condition assessment report from a year ago on October 30th, which also involves 6 other town buildings. Aside from the siding repair and painting contractors to work last week, there's some $434,256 worth of items in 5 main categories cited as beyond their useful life. There are these 5 are plumbing, HVAC, fire protection, electrical, and site infrastructure. I was then copied on a response from our facilities manager, Sean Thompson, that the only item in the works is the HVAC system repair as funded through our April town meeting, which is still in the design phase. How long will this take, and can we be apprised of this cost? The plumbing category cites sanitary waste for $43,948. Is this for the septic system? If so, what is the advice of our septic servicer? What is the maintenance schedule? And I'll give everybody a copy of this. You want it down here? Sean also points out that he and Scott Shapashir are working to identify which items pose the biggest risk to safety and operations. 3 years of neglect. It's going to take a long time, and will be funded dependent, he says. Sean also references the capital improvement program, which, if this is the same document I found online, on our government website, it refers to fiscal years 2025 and 2030. The listed needs there are for a police station and only involve security and communications updates as opposed to essential building system conditions. After reading through this 100-page facilities condition assessment report, page 94 notes that the cost models for this project were based on average service life. In short then, all of these items may not need immediate attention if they're functioning satisfactorily. On the other hand, what is concerning is the superficial approach of this report. For instance, on page 62, there is a color photo of the rear of the police station with comment, quote, "The metal and glazed doors were in good condition," unquote. Well, as we all know, a rusted hole through a rear man-sized metal entry door was discovered during siding contractor visits. This was addressed at the last select board meeting with a door on order for $7,900. This cost seems excessive. Please explain. An observation I noted also at the police station was the worn out felt insulation strips between the double front doors. This must be resulting in significant energy loss besides less than comfortable conditions inside the front foyer. There's a business right down the street that could have rectified this very reasonably. So here are two instances. The facilities condition assessment report is incomplete and missing immediate needs. While Sean said he and Scott were working to sort out what was most important as cited in the facilities condition assessment report, I have two questions. Why should they be spending time trying to figure this out? And are they working with the best information? I have a recommendation. As a professional realtor, I have shadowed hundreds of home inspectors over the years through properties I've had under sales contracts. Have any of you select board members experienced a home inspection?
Oh, yeah.
Sort of.
Doug, the rule is 3 minutes per person. Are you wrapping up?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, I am.
thank you.
Well, part of my job is to identify obvious safety and structural concerns for both buyers and sellers. I do not profess to be a licensed home inspector. Therefore, while on a home inspection, it is not unusual to see the inspector point out defective items that I could have seen if I knew where to look. The reason is that home inspectors have a systematic approach, as opposed to general scanning of a basement area, for instance. I have sold property to licensed contractors who have hired licensed home inspectors to evaluate all building systems in detail. So that is my recommendation. Have a licensed home/building inspector categorize hundreds of items into essentially 3 categories: satisfactory, unsatisfactory, and needs immediate attention. The needs immediate attention category is your to-do list. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Doug. Just briefly, my suspicion is the facility assessment report that you're referring to was never intended to be as in-depth as a home inspection report. That was sort of a first pass that the DPW, after hiring the first facility manager, could take a quick look at all of the buildings and get the 50,000-foot view of big-ticket items that are needed. And over time, Sean is learning quite a bit about the buildings. We've had a number of conversations with him. My expectation is, based on your email, is either Scott or Sean will be sending you something back through staff's office and should provide additional information for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. And just a copy to you guys. And also, I put a suggested minutes here for Linda.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you. Oh,
Okay.
thank you.
Next up, I see Amy Paretsky has put her hand up. Amy, I'm going to bring you in. Amy, if you
Hi,
could
can you hear
unmute,
me?
identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, it's not very loud. Owen, can you increase the volume of that? Can you try again, Amy?
Or can you hear me better? I increased my volume, but it probably doesn't do
Yeah, I have
anything
a
from here.
feeling it's something we need to do at our end. Okay, we'll try one more time, Amy?
Okay.
Much
Is
better.
it louder?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Hi. My name is Amy Poretsky. I live on 47 Indian Meadow Drive. I just wanted to speak quickly to an email that I also sent the select board today. I also want to note that I'm on the planning board, master plan implementation committee, and the design review, but I'm not speaking for any of those committees. I'm only speaking for myself. I'm also the co-chair of the Northborough Town Common Committee, which is not a town committee. And I was made aware through the MPIC meeting that there was a consideration of picnic tables at the town common. The area, if you don't know which area, it's in the back. It's in the back loop over where the bricks are. The original pitch to the master plan was a rectangular paved area to house these tables. After some discussion and concerns were raised about the size of the paved area, the Master Plan Implementation Committee continued the meeting to wait to see a sketch and more details. In between meetings, there was a sketch emailed to the committee that showed a design that looked to be by the original designers of the park, Weston and Sampson. This plan showed a semicircle path with tables on small tees off the loop. So this was a change. It wasn't a rectangle anymore. Now there was a semicircle loop. I did reach out to the Town Common Committee for their opinion before the MPIC meeting, but at the next meeting, it was mentioned that the picnic table and bench idea was tabled and most likely dropped, so we never had a discussion on it. The Town Common Committee, though, did think the picnic tables were a nice idea and they liked the curved path. It matched the original design, and it paved less of the area. Recently, I became aware that the project is moving forward again. There was a downtown walk between Mitch, Julianne, Scott, Charpentier, and Lori, and the decision was to go forward now with a rectangular concrete pad. It was mentioned today that that was due to cost. It took patience and 3 town meetings to come up with funding and then a design for the town common. The town common committee, residents, CPC, and staff worked together nicely. Everything was well thought out. It's now concerning that there will be a rectangular concrete pad poured in the back area of the common. Has anyone seen a sketch? Do we know the size? What is the cost comparisons of the 2 designs? I understand the tables have been ordered, but hope there's more outreach and review of the design of the concrete pad. This will be a new feature in the park, and we hope it's complimentary and carefully placed. I was concerned that there would be a concrete truck needed to pour the pad, but was told today there wouldn't be one, so I just want to double check on that. And to me, that's important because we won't want to ruin the grass or the new sprinkler system that was just installed. If it's not being poured by a concrete truck, I was curious how it will be poured. Will it be done this fall? Who makes the final decision? In the end, maybe the T would look better than the curve, but I would like to see the design, and hopefully the select board or somebody else can also review it, just to get their opinion on the new design. In my opinion, I'm just concerned that too much of the green space in the back could possibly be paved. But I don't know because I haven't seen any of the details yet. I did send an email today, and I'm sure we'll probably get a reply back from Scott, but I just wanted to update the board on my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
You know, just basically on that, yeah, Julianne and I went out with some town staff to look at different options, and the curved version that was, I guess, in the original town common design was going to be pretty expensive and would require a concrete truck to drive onto the common, which would have been some challenges. So this is really the minimal amount of concrete that's needed. I haven't seen a sketch. You know, we talked about it, and I imagine we will. So.
So will we see a sketch?
Lori, yeah, oh, I see Scott. Scott Charpentier is here. Scott, if you had some information on that, you're welcome to. I know you weren't expecting that, this question this evening.
Oh, no, certainly, I'm happy to respond. So we did prepare a sketch. We sent it over to our paving contractor for pricing. I received an email from them this morning that they're waiting on a quote from their sub for the price of the work. It is a T shape, not a large rectangle. Our goal was to utilize as little concrete as possible. One of the provisions we spoke to the contractor on construction methods was tracked small equipment only on tracking pads to access the location.
Perfect. All right, thank you. So when you have that, you can send it out, and so any curious board members can take a look, and obviously Ms. Paretsky is interested too. Would be great. Thanks, Scott.
Happy to.
Are there any other members of the audience that wishes to have public comment? Amy, I don't know if your hand is raised again or still is, but I will bring you back in if you had anything else at this time.
Yeah, I did. Thanks. As a follow-up to Scott's, I was just wondering, did you get a price for both the curve and the T? I was wondering why the curve would cost more money than the T.
Amy, because this isn't an agenda item, we really can't talk about this in detail at a meeting. So my suggestion is follow up with Scott, and I'm sure he'd be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. All right, is there anyone else, either electronic or in person, that wishes to offer any comments during public comment? If not, I'll declare public comment closed. First item on our agenda, it being after 7:05, is a poll petition. I will open the poll petition public hearing to consider poll petition 309-83298 as submitted by Massachusetts Electric Company, DBA National Grid, and Verizon New England Incorporated to install a new pole with an anchor/guy wire P8-84 Ball Street directly across from P8 to provide support for leaning pole. I will bring in somebody from National Grid and Scott Charpentier. And if our new friend could come up to the table too. Josh, if you could, you're the new person here, if you could identify yourself for both for the record and for benefit of the public.
My name is Joshua Van Houten. I'm the new Assistant Director of the Department of Public Works. It's great to be here. Thanks for inviting me. I'd like to go over this poll petition if you're...
Sure, let's just make sure we've identified everybody else. I see Scott Charpentier, I see you here.
Yep, I'm here.
Great.
Wanted to introduce Josh, but he did a good job all by himself. I brought him on board from Westboro in the middle of August. He's fit in well and taken over a lot of the tasks that our retired town engineer Fred managed. And I believe we have a National Grid representative. I don't believe it's an AI representative.
Yes, I see AI or AL/NGrid that I've brought in. If the person from National Grid could unmute, turn on your camera and welcome you, or if I've got the wrong person, raise your electronic hand. Hi there.
Hi, Sal Galvin, Engineer, National Grid.
Excellent, well, welcome. I'm sorry, could you state your name again?
Al Galvin.
Al, okay, good. So you're Al, not an AI.
No.
Good,
No.
good to know. All right, so tell us a little bit about this poll petition, if you could. Whoever wants to
Sure.
walk through it. Al?
As far as on my side, as far as the design team, basically there's a drastic leaning to that pole there, just around the bend. And since there's a lot of tension and stability issues we have to worry about, we did decide to install a support pole across the street from it, anchor it back so we can maintain stability on those lines, and we don't have any outages or anything, or any worse leaning down the line than there already is.
Okay, thank you. And either Josh or Scott, any follow-up from the town's perspective?
Yeah, we reviewed the petition that was submitted. We also reviewed the sketch that was provided, and we did a field inspection of the proposed location. In addition, we have a memo from the previous town engineer, Fred Litchfield. After assessing everything, we recommend approving this petition and see no reason why it should be denied.
Great. Thank you. Scott, anything to add from your perspective?
No, it's at the just before Lower Woodstone, and as you're driving up Ball Street, you'll see the leaning pole on the left-hand side. It's got a substantial lean away from the road, so I think what they're doing is well needed and timely.
Great. Thank you. This being a public hearing, is there anyone in the audience, whether it be in person or electronic, that wishes to come forward and offer any questions, opinions, or otherwise on this item? Seeing none, going once, going twice. All right. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Could I ask a question?
Absolutely.
I wasn't really sure where it's located. Woodstone, I believe, is the development, right? The beginning of the development that's off of Ball Street? Is that correct?
Right.
So it's on, you're on Ball Street and you see this, right? So you're
Yes, when
going up
you're-
the curve and Woodstone is here?
Right.
So where is it on the?
Yeah, we have a map in our
I
packet.
did, I looked.
Yeah.
But it doesn't
Oh,
show.
I can
where it
provide
is.
you a different map here, if you'd like.
A different one?
Yep, this was provided from National Grid.
Okay. Thank you.
The location of the pole is next to the off-ramps for 290. There's no houses on that side of the street. There's no driveways, no sidewalk, or any other infrastructure. We don't believe it's going to cause any problem with anything out there.
Okay, so it's really just on Ball Street,
It's
by
on-
the highway.
Yes, yes. And if you go out there, you can find pole number 8. And across the street, you'll see a white mark with an arrow pointing to a stake in the ground.
Anybody want to see this?
So how's it going to be done? You're doing it across the street?
Yeah, it's a support pole, so the one pole will be put in and then a wire will be put across the street. I believe that's what National Grid has proposed.
Right. Yeah, pole-to-pole guy wire will connect the two, and then the new pole will be anchored back, so that doesn't have any issues, but that's just a thin, straight cable connecting the two poles.
And do you put anything on it so that, like they do with really high flying, anything like a ball or whatever to see it? Or how high is it above on the pole to pole? Is it 10 feet high? Is it
No,
12 feet high?
no, it'll be over 20 feet high.
20
So
feet high?
there's no issues with trucks going underneath it or anything like that.
Okay.
About the same height as utility wires, right? In
Yes.
that range?
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
Are there any other wires like this on Ball Hill currently that are supporting other?
I didn't see any other wires out there on Ball Street. This pole is leaning much more than the
Yeah,
other.
no, I understand. I know the
There,
area that you're
so-
talking about. So the goal of this will be just to pull that one back straight?
Yes.
And what's causing the pressure that's causing that lean?
I
the pole?
think National Grid might be able to tell you a little bit more, but there's a lot of utilities, wires up there, so it's a significant amount of weight.
I'm just wondering if this is
Yeah,
gonna,
over ti-
yep,
Over time, the soil gives way, things of that nature. So it eventually happens to most of the poles. Since you're dealing with grass and things of that, the earth shifts over time. So if the pole's quite old, it's moved over time. So
is this gonna need to be done to other poles that are along Ball Hill?
that depends on, if the town reports it or, someone in the area thinks it's a safety issue, then we'd go out and address it. We're not actively out there necessarily looking for them, but if someone reports it, we'll certainly open up a request and do something similar to what we're doing here now.
And who owns the other piece of property where the new pole is being placed? Is that our town land?
That would be on town property, within the town right away.
Okay.
The pole and the guy wire, the
Okay.
support.
And does anything else, are there any other underground wires that, I mean, is it a neighborhood, you drive it a lot, I don't. Are all the neighborhoods with underground wiring?
Is Woodstone underground? I think so.
There's no other public utilities in that area. I don't know about any private utilities such as communication or anything. I would assume that those would be up on the poles.
Woodstone is underground utilities. This location, when you turn onto Ball Street, take a right from Church, you pass the farm stand and the Davinian farm stand. Before you get to Lower Woodstone or Ball Street, where the curve is, this pole is on the left-hand side. It's surrounded by woods, and across the street is just woods from the roadway over to the ramp.
Okay, so it's really Davidian's land, I mean, if you're saying the left side would be the north side, so to speak, of the road?
So it's along the town it's within the town right of way, on adjacent to the property of number 39 Ball Street.
And that's a private home, right? Yeah.
Yes, yep, private home off the road. The existing pole's in the right of way. The new support pole and guy will be in the right of way as well.
As you guys were doing the assessment, did you see any other poles that you think may be at risk?
Not in that general area, but Ball Street is fairly long. We didn't go all the way up to the farm up there.
Yeah.
So we didn't see anything else that really stuck out.
There are other poles performing this support activity, if you will, in town, right? We've seen some.
National Grid might be able to
Al?
give you,
Al, can you confirm, we have other poles in town that perform a similar function already?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I didn't, obviously scout the area or anything, but, yeah, it's pretty common. If the town or, maybe an abutter believes there's an issue that could become a safety risk, it happens town to town. So we'll go there and try to either anchor it where it is or add these support poles across the street, things of that nature.
Julianne, I believe you see some as you're driving up Green Street, heading toward your home. They would guy some poles to trees across the street. You've probably seen a few of those wires, kind of, I think, before Shunda's Field in that area.
Those look pretty good, I think.
Yeah, they do the job well. I don't really care for guying to a tree, but it's not my guideline.
Yeah, the tree guides are actually something they're phasing out. As we go along and do our work, if that's a part of the job that we're currently working on, we'll try to get a support pole in there to replace it and get it off the tree. So you'll see less and less of that as we go along.
Oh, can I bring up that question then on Brigham Street by the Brigham Street Cemetery? I think there's two wires that are on trees that go to the houses. Is that would be something that you would do though, right?
If it's called in, if a work request is called in and, if someone has an issue with it, like I said, we're not out there, just looking for that in particular. But if we're out there doing other work and we see it, we'll look to replace it.
Okay.
Julianne?
Yeah.
When do you think you'll get started?
Yep.
The petition,
That I would know.
Oh, okay.
the petition says that they would get started within, I believe it's within a month. I'd have to,
I think I saw that, yeah.
Yeah.
Or
And-
approximately
In the
2
month?
months after the public hearing?
yes, that's correct, 2 months.
So
January.
before, yeah, well, before a real winter sets in, that's good. And I assume that none of the abutters objected to this.
There's really only one abutter, and they're not here today, so apparently they don't have any objection.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions from the board or anybody else before we entertain closing the hearing? Is there a motion to close the hearing?
I move the board vote to close the public hearing.
And
Motion made by Lisa, seconded by everybody. I will give it to Julianne. And any other, well, there's
Matt.
no debate on that, really. All those in favor of closing the hearing? All right, I see that as unanimous in favor. Hearing is now closed. Is there a motion on the petition?
I move the board vote to approve the poll petition 309-83298 as submitted by Massachusetts Electric Company, DBA National Grid, and Verizon New England, Inc.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Laura, seconded by Mike. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I see that as unanimous in favor. Thank you very much, Al, Scott, and Josh. Pleasure meeting you.
Thank you, have a nice night.
Very, very, very good. Continuing on. We have 198 Boundary Street Affordable Housing Review with Rick Leaf from the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation and Debbie Maruka Hoke. I hope I pronounced that properly, from the Habitat for Humanity.
You did, nice job, thank you.
Oh, great, thank you very much. I know, Rick, you had sent me a presentation earlier.
Yep.
Let me go ahead and get that going. Presentations tonight. All right, I trust that is your presentation.
That is the presentation.
Excellent, and I trust that's going out to anyone interested. I'm not doing this in play mode, so you'll see the placeholder text and things like that, just how I have to present it this way, so.
Okay.
Never mind the click to add subtitle and all of that, but we'll get there.
Okay.
Great, why don't the two of you introduce yourselves and let us know what's going on?
Yeah, why don't you just move to the next slide? That'd be helpful for the introductions. So I'm Rick Leaf. I'm a member of the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation, and we're partnering on this project with Habitat for Humanity, Metro West, Greater Worcester, and Debbie Maruka Hoke is the executive director of Habitat for Humanity, Metro West, Greater Worcester, which was a name that I kept saying Greater Worcester, Metro West until Debbie corrected me, and so we now have it proper as Metro West, Greater Worcester. And we're here tonight to talk about a proposed affordable housing project down on Boundary Street. Originally, we had thought that the street addresses were going to be 188 to 198 because the abutting properties were just less than that. But Lori Connors, our planning director, who I want to thank very much for all the help she gave us in this project, pointed out to us that the actual street addresses, if this project is approved and built, won't be assigned until the assessors see what the project is after permitting. So the official address of the town-owned land is 150 Boundary Street. And so tonight, we'll be referring to 150 Boundary Street not 188 to 198. That was something we learned along the way, kind of thing. Okay, let's move on to the next slide. I just want to spend a couple of minutes and talk about the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation. As it said in the memo that we put in your packet, we're a private 501c3 nonprofit. We were formed in 2008 by a number of residents in Northborough that had a concern over the development of affordable housing in town, and frankly, we had seen over years affordable housing money being set aside through the Community Preservation Act and no projects being proposed to do anything with that money. And we felt that we needed a group of people in town to at least analyze what the opportunities might be over time, and then to advocate for the creation of affordable housing and the use of some of these community preservation funds to offset some of the cost of doing the affordable housing. We're basically a volunteer organization. There are 5 of us. The residents on the board have changed over time, but right now the board sizes have been 5 people, and we have 5 people right now who volunteer the time. There are no paid employees, there are no paid staff. We're not a development organization. We partner with organizations that do development, but we sort of get in the middle of the projects. We find opportunities, and we work with the town and developers to see if we can create really small affordable housing projects in town to continue to increase our size of affordable housing in town, which is counted on our subsidized housing inventory and helps us to offset market rate housing that's being built in town. We'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. So basically, historically, we've been able to add 9 units of subsidized housing inventory, affordable housing, to the town since 2014. We did a project down on Center Drive at the Housing Authority development there. That's where our senior center used to be, a small building on that front of that property on Hudson Street. And when the new senior center was built and moved down to where it is now, that building became vacant. The town had no use for it, and we worked with the Housing Authority and the State Department of Housing, and they agreed that'd be a good spot to put some more affordable senior rental housing, which exists at that Housing Authority site. The state felt the building would not be useful for that, so we worked with the Housing Authority to have that building demolished, and then we worked with an architect and a developer and had another building that looks like the other units there and created 4 units of senior affordable rental housing, which opened in 2014. So this year we're celebrating the 10th anniversary of that building. We contract with the Housing Authority to manage the property on our behalf. We don't own the land. We have a 50-year land lease with the state, and we pay a nominal annual lease fee to the state. And we're the landlords for that building, but the Housing Authority manages that on our behalf. That was our first project. We followed that up working with Habitat for Humanity. We developed a partnership with them around 2015. And about that time, Trinity Church owned 2 buildings next to their parking lot on Main Street. One was the historic Gale General Store. They were interested in selling those buildings and looking to see if affordable housing could be put in there. So we struck a deal with the church to acquire that property and a partnership with Habitat for Humanity to go in and basically completely renovate the interiors of those 2 buildings and install 2 condominiums in one building and 2 condominiums in the other, which were also counted on our subsidized inventory. And Habitat worked with the state to get those 4 units included on our subsidized housing inventory. It was a wonderful community-based project. We had students from Assabet Valley Technical High School and Algonquin Regional High School working along with the volunteer labor from Habitat to complete those projects. They came out in a beautiful manner, and sort of the icing on the cake was the year they were completed, we won the Preservation Massachusetts Award for Best Adaptive Reuse of a Historic Building. So the town has gotten a lot of benefit from that project. Plus, it was our ability to develop our first good working relationship with Habitat for Humanity. And since that time, we've done 2 other small projects. There was a condominium on Hitching Post Lane that was in foreclosure. The bank eventually decided to donate that unit to Habitat for Humanity. The town committed some community preservation money to Habitat for Humanity, and they restored that and sold it as an affordable unit, added that to our inventory. And then just recently, you probably recall, we were before you last year asking for some community preservation money to take a unit down on 174 Boundary Street, which Habitat had originally built back in the late 1980s, but back in the time, that unit never went on the subsidized housing inventory. The owner of that unit wanted to have Habitat to continue to be able to sell that to another affordable family. So with some community preservation money, they renovated that unit. They're currently working with the state to get the final approval to market that, and we expect that to be complete shortly, and that unit will also be added to our subsidized inventory. And I think, Debbie, you've got an update on that also?
Yes, actually, so as a side note from this project, I've got the comments back from EOHLC, and we'll have a revision out to you within the next week or two to update it. We had some back and forth around the maximum sale price for that unit, and they wanted to lower it by about $25,000 from what we had proposed. So those updates are in process. I'll send it around once more for review, and then we should be able to market that and start family selection.
Once that's complete and the family is selected, and I think that's been finalized, that unit will go on to the subsidized inventory. So that will now make 10 units that the Affordable Housing Corporation, we haven't built or done the work ourselves, but our job is to be in the middle of these projects, to find opportunities, to find partners, and to work with the town and the partners to get these things to happen. So based on joint efforts of the community, our nonprofit, and now Habitat for Humanity, we've been successful in adding units to the inventory. So that's kind of an update on kind of who we are and where we've been. I'll just stop here for a second. Mitch, do you want us to sort of go through the PowerPoint, then take questions and comments, or do you want to stop as we go? How would you like to do that?
How would the board like to proceed? Doesn't matter to me.
I just have one question. What is EOHC?
I'm so sorry, it's Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. It's
Remember-
the State
remember
Housing Secretary.
Remember DHCD? Department of Housing Community Development, that used to be the State Housing Authority. When Governor Healy took over, she changed the names of all of the departments, so DHCD is now EOHLC, the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities.
Okay, thank you.
I think I would like to ask a question, since we're going to do questions first. You talked about, and this is the unit on Boundary Street, that it's been a while since we talked about this. I think you, just to get clarity in my head, I think we was buying it, or you bought it with affordable housing money. I think, was it $491 that you paid? Do you remember?
I think it was $330, actually. That we
Oh, it was
paid to buy it.
$330, so it was far less than what we thought it was going to be. Okay, that's good. But then you said something about lowering it again, so how does that work?
So, in order for the unit to go on subsidized housing inventory, Habitat has to put in an application on behalf of the town that identifies the specs of the unit, the maximum price that we will sell it for once we select a family, and then the town's investment in it. So we purchased it from the owner, and then went in to do renovations. But when Habitat sells a home, we don't sell it based on our purchase price or on our development price. We sell the home, the price that we sell it to the family for is 30% of their income. So we set the sale price on the home based on the family that is selected. So that final sale price is never determined until we have a family in place.
Okay, so and that's when you reduce the amount, because it's the family's income that actually sets the price.
No, so the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities sets a maximum. So as we are marketing, the house can sell for no more than that. Once Habitat selects a family, it almost always sells for less than that.
Okay.
It's really the determination of that maximum sale price is a combination of factors of current tax rate, current interest rates, whether there's a condo fee, et cetera. So all of those things go into the calculation. And so the interest rate that Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. This is why I call them HLC. But the interest rate that they wanted to use for that calculation was a higher interest rate. Habitat partners with banks so we can get lower interest rates, which makes it so that we can both ensure that the price of the home is affordable for the family, but also maximize the sale price for the home so that Habitat can continue to build more homes. So we walk that line, but we navigate, we negotiate with EOHLC on what that maximum sale price is for each home that we build.
Okay, and that includes the interest, obviously, because they have to pay
Yes.
for that.
That's right.
So when you say the bank said it was a higher interest rate, is this a bank that they normally use? Or do they shop around, or how do they actually come up with a bank then?
So EOHLC there's some room for negotiation in the conversation. They typically base it on Freddie Mac plus 1/4%. So depending on, so it changes every day. So if I submit an application to them, which I did in this case in June, and it gets to their queue and they're reviewing that application in September, that the current interest rate will have changed. And if, Habitat knows that we can partner with the bank to get a lower interest rate, we try to negotiate with them.
Okay.
But, so in the negotiation this time, we are using today's interest rate from Freddie Mac.
Which is?
So plus the 1/4% at 6.97.
Okay. Well, that's kind of 2,000 prices, I suppose, interest rates.
Yes, and in the end, the interest rate will be, whatever it is at the time that the family closes on the home. So the only thing that this does is set the maximum so that this unit will sell for no more than that price, regardless of what the interest rate or what the, down payment is from the family at the time.
Okay. And just again, just a informational question. What happens to that loss that you invest into it that has to be negotiated downwards to be able to work into the 30%? Is that something that your organization can use as a, say a deduction on the taxes, or you don't pay any taxes, so there's nothing to deduct, or how it's pretty much just a wash?
Yeah, so that's why we do our fundraising. That's why we partner with the students to come out. They, give donation of time and labor, and we get gifts in kind from foundations, but it's all a part of it. So Habitat subsidizes every house that we build. They're always sold at a loss to us.
Okay.
And so we do our fundraising to make up that difference.
Okay. All right, great. Thanks so much.
Sure.
And to that point, Lisa, I think you'll see later on, I talk about the proposed cost of these projects and what Habitat's contribution is going to be. It's not just dollars. It's basically the combination of the value of volunteer labor, the expected value of in-kind donations of materials and parts, and then some fundraising. But a big portion of the cost that Habitat is going to assume is the volunteer labor and the donated gifts and materials that they get to do the project. So there's not a lot of out-of-pocket. In fact, most of the dollars that may flow in might be community preservation dollars that we provide, or real dollars. The rest of it is how they're able to do projects at very little cost to them.
Okay, so more sweat equity, pretty much.
In gifts in kind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny story, when we did the two houses on Main Street, the Northborough Historical Society was concerned about what the Gale store was going to look like from the street. And we confirmed that it wasn't going to change at all. It turns out that it needed new siding. The two houses both needed new siding. And the siding that happened to ship in was a tan color. And so they put the siding up, and it wasn't an hour after the siding went up, I got a call from the president of Historical Society. She said, I thought you were going to keep the view. And I said, what? They're going to paint it white. Don't worry. But the point was, it didn't cost any money to get the siding, kind of thing. So.
Well, I'm sure everybody appreciates all the work that you do.
All right, we ready to continue on?
Yeah, so let's move on to the next slide.
Okay.
Just want to talk about our situation of affordable housing in Northborough. We're interested in affordable housing from two standpoints at our nonprofit. One is trying to maintain our ability to stay at over 10% affordable in Northborough, so we're not subject to large affordable housing developments we don't want. And also, we just feel there's still a need for that and that families can benefit from having affordable housing. So we want to do affordable housing for both standpoints. But as we've worked with Lori over the past year, we've been concerned that our affordable housing percentage in Northborough has been declining. It was over 11% at one point. It's currently at 10.28%. And as long as more market rate housing is built in town, and that is still happening, you know, at a continuing rate, at some point, we're going to fall below the 10%. And so we feel the time is right to at least add some level of affordable housing back in the town of Northborough, and opportunities are presenting themselves to do that. And so we're going to be talking about part of that with you tonight and briefly explaining something else we're working on, kind of thing. As it said in the memo we sent you, we have an application in front of this, we're going to be presenting to the CPC to create 14 units of affordable housing in Northborough. 6 in this project that we're going to be talking to you about tonight. And we've also been partnering with the Housing Authority, and they've been working with the State Department of Housing, EOHLC, and they have the green light to go forward and construct another building on their property to create 8 units of affordable veteran rental housing. And they're looking for community preservation contribution towards that also. So the 14 units that we're proposing in one application to the CPC are 8 units for the Housing Authority and 6 units down in this Boundary Street project. Because the Housing Authority already owns that campus up on Village Drive where they want to put this building, there's no need to have any discussion about transferring property or land. They already own the land and they have available land to build on. So basically, they can go forward with the CPC and the state, and it's going to be pretty much a 50-50 split between money the Housing Authority has and community preservation money they're looking for. The town will be doing about 55% of the project, and the state will be funding about 45% of the project. The Housing Authority director informed us that he thought the best chance of success with EOHC was that the town provided a little bit more than 50% of the project cost. There are available community preservation funds to do that. So the 14 units and the increasing of the percentage from 10.28% to 10.51% is a combination of the Housing Authority project and the Habitat for Humanity project. But tonight, we'll be discussing the Habitat project because we're going to be talking about town-owned land and a process for getting that transferred to Habitat.
Sorry, did you say there's going to be veteran-specific homes? And which location will that be?
That's going to be at their Housing Authority
Okay.
property up on Village Drive.
And it
Colonial
will-
Village is the name of the campus up there off of
familiar.
Summer Street.
And will they be Northborough veterans? Will they be able to
So
designate
local
that?
preference will be offered to Northborough veterans. There's a waiting list, a statewide waiting list, but local preference will be offered to Northborough veterans, just as this project will offer local preference to Northborough residents.
Can you please remind me what local preference criteria are?
So it depends on the number of units being built and the income level being targeted, but it's typically about 50% of the units go up for local preference. And local preference means either residing in or working in the town of Northborough.
And so if 10 people from Northborough who are veterans apply, then in theory, 5 or 50, like half of them would get, or half of the units would go to a Northborough veteran?
So in this case, this project's proposing 8 units.
So 4.
4 would be open on local preference. There'd be a lottery run to fill them. And basically, there'd be 2 buckets for the lottery. All the qualifying income, Northborough workers or residents would go in one bucket. The rest would go in the other. The first 4 names would be drawn out of the Northborough bucket. The other people in the Northborough bucket who weren't drawn would go into the general bucket, and they have a possibility of being drawn out of that bucket. When we did the project on Main Street, I think we had 5 of the, 3 of the 4 units went to Northborough residents, just because one of the Northborough people got pulled out of the general bucket.
Okay,
So that's how that works.
thank you.
I'd like to ask another question about Village Drive. We had hoped to put one in there before. Is this the same area that you're looking at?
Yep.
And what's there now, I thought there were 4 units per building. Are they 8 units per building?
The building.
They're 8 units per building, or like, well, just 1 bedrooms, I would
Yes,
imagine?
they're all 1 bedroom,
So it's 2 stories.
2 stories. Yeah.
What will you do for the extra parking that it will require, since they have a problem with parking down there?
The Housing Authority Director has got a plan for that. The presentation is going to make to the CPC. We'll get into the project in detail. I don't have all the details of this project tonight.
Okay, great.
But he assured us that he had that figured out with the design of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Ready for the next slide?
Next slide, yep.
So move on after
That
that.
just
Okay.
introduces what we're going to talk about, so let's
Yep.
go to the next slide. So this is where we are down on Boundary Street. The top of the map there where it says Dog Park is the westerly part of that property. That's where the dog park is being constructed right now. As we move east from the dog park, we have a duplex, which the Housing Authority has owned since the 1980s. That's affordable housing. That's a Housing Authority rental property. The next two properties are duplexes that Habitat for Humanity built there in the late 1980s or 1990s, not sure the exact dates. So the duplex in both, and you can see 174 is the one we just talked about. That's the one that's being completely renovated and will go to a new owner fairly soon, kind of thing. And then next to those two lots is the parcel we're talking about, 2.07 acres, that we're proposing we do this project on. If we move east from there, there's another single-family home next to that. And next to that, there's a small subdivision on Windsor Lane off of Boundary Street. So that's kind of the location of the properties. Everything in the back here, which has nothing in it, is still town-owned land. I think Lori can confirm there is access back to there, Lori, from Boundary Street, I think.
There is that the little space in between 164, 166, and 174, 176. There's frontage there, as well as there's the frontage where the dog park is.
Now, the back of that property, you can see from some of the elevation there, there's some hilly areas, there's some wet areas back there, so the overall usability of a lot of that property is kind of limited. But the property we're proposing here down in the front and working with Lori has been determined that that is a good piece of property to build some housing on, kind of thing. The reason that we sort of stopped the parcel where it is sort of in the back there, as you can see, there's a fairly significant upslope rise in the property there, but that 2.07 acres would be effective for building some housing in that area there. So that's the lot that we're talking about here, and that's how it fits in to the rest of the property.
Can I ask you a quick question, please?
Yeah.
Is this going to impact Coyote Trail that runs back there?
No,
Okay.
that trail is in the very, very back of
And
the
you can
property.
still access it from the same spot up on Boundary Street?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's move on. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Debbie, and she's going to talk a little bit about the actual project itself, how it was designed, what's being proposed here, and after that, we'll talk about the cost of the project.
So the proposed design is a shared driveway with 3 duplexes in sort of a peace sign shaped lot. So the 2 duplexes on the left and the right would each have 2 units that are 4 bedrooms, and the duplex in the center would have 2 units that are 2 bedrooms each. We actually had a little bit of conversation with Northborough Affordable Housing, and then followed back up with Lori Connors about parking, and have a proposal to revise this design slightly to add 2 extra parking spaces for guest parking as well on the outsides of the 2 4-bedroom units.
So it'd be two only or 2 each?
2 guest spaces only. So a total of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, be 14 total spaces. 2 for each unit,
Right.
and then 2 extras.
All right, is there a way you could put a little bit more parking, like making it 2 on either side? Because it seems to me that in most cases where there's condos and such, somebody has some work being done, and the fellow who's doing the work, the electrician, needs a place to park. So he's in a spot that now it's down to 1, or if there's anybody else who has other work being done in the unit, now you'll have both places being taken up by workers. So it seems as if you have the land and it can be done in a way that's not going to be ruining the lawns, or, having that too much of that pervious surface.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way that you could add a little bit more to that?
I believe there's enough space in there. We can go back to the engineer. I also expect that we'll have some detailed discussion in design review around, exactly the layout of all of those things. But there is space for flexibility and, to allow for some modifications.
Okay, so I think that's the latest trend now, is never have enough parking.
I had the same thought for a slightly different reason, that particularly the four-bedroom units, you're anticipating that there will be kids living there. If there are a couple of kids living there of driving age, and if they happen to have a car, then all of a sudden, 2 units, 2 parking spaces per unit would be insufficient for something like that. So I think planning for a little bit more parking space would be good, so that you don't end up with people parking on the grass on a regular basis.
Right.
Is there a reason you're putting so many 4-bedroom units in there? Because they're going to be very small bedrooms based on the square footage.
So the design that we have, the 4-bedroom plan, we call it our standard plan. It's one that we've built 9 different times. It's the bedrooms inside the units they feel roomy and sizable.
Okay.
We do have 2 of these under construction. We have 3 of them under construction, but 2 of them that you could actually walk through and see the rooms right now. And I'd welcome anyone from the select board to come out and see the ones that we have in Worcester, just to get a sense for them. But they are designed to use every available space within the home. So the reason that we typically do a 4-bedroom is it's 3 bedrooms on the second floor, which is the most requested size for the families that we have as applicants, but there is a bedroom on the first floor that is made for aging in place.
Okay.
So that first floor bedroom very often is used for families, younger families, as a flex space, an office, a TV, extra TV room or whatever. But it is there and able to accommodate first floor living. So there's a full bathroom on the first floor as well, to make it so that, as if people, as they age in place, need that single floor.
Got it. Thank you.
In general, what size rooms? Are they like 12 by 12s or 12 by 10s, or, do you know?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. I would give you a guess just from walking through, but I'd rather look at the plan to
We can
say.
follow up with you after the fact. and
Yeah,
get
we
you
can do that.
All right, thanks.
One thing I'll mention here was that we came before you last year just to talk about this in general. One thing we did not know was whether we could get water and sewer into this project. The water and sewer is Marlboro's water and sewer. At the time, the dispute between the towns had not been resolved. That dispute has been resolved, and in June, Marlboro did confirm that this project could get water and sewer, which allows for this type of a development. Had we had to put wells and septic in here, it would have been a much smaller development and maybe not worth doing, but now that we can have water and sewer connections, it makes it a more viable project. And part of the reason we're trying to move this along, if we can, is we don't want Marlboro to change their mind. So we'd like
Would it be a long-term lease with Marlboro, like you do with land, or how would they actually take, because we give the land to your organization, so,
Once the water and sewer connections are in place, they're in place.
the connections are in place, but how's it built out? I mean, is it a lease type of thing?
No.
No?
No, they would,
So they would always be paying Marlboro?
they would be, I don't know how it would actually work, because you have some of those with the other units that are, the other affordable units are on the street, or are those
No,
well and
those are on septic
Those
as
are
well.
and solid. Let's do
Is
that.
Scott still on? Could Scott speak to how
I
that
don't
would
think-
work? I think they would pay water and sewer to the city of Marlboro, I think.
Yeah. Unfortunately, let's see. He
Well,
is
it's
not
part of
on
an
the line
HOA
anymore.
though,
No.
right? I mean, it's
I
part of
believe
an
he had
HOA
another
anyway, so
commitment.
it doesn't really matter, because they take everything under consideration with an HOA. I'm assuming they take taxes, right? Or maybe affordable housing doesn't pay taxes, do they?
No, they
Real
pay
estate
tax.
taxes?
Yeah,
Well, they
they pay real estate taxes.
Okay,
yeah.
so an HOA is usually, it's got the tax, it's got the lawns, it's got the garbage, it's got the water.
So these, as condos, will each have their own water sewer bill billed to the
Oh, just directly?
homeowner.
Oh,
Yep.
all right.
Mike?
Just a question. So is there a requirement or a reason behind making duplexes and say not single-family residence?
It maximizes the amount of housing that we can put on the lot. So by doing a duplex, as opposed to 6 single family units where we're using less space for each of those homes, so you don't have the setbacks in between the houses, and the amount of space in between them. It's also a little bit more cost-effective from roof lines and materials to put the two together. And if we went to one size larger and did a triplex, you then run into the need to put in sprinklered systems. So with the duplexes, you get the biggest return on investment without incurring those additional costs.
Okay, so like the old, like our first house, Pine Haven neighborhood, 3-bed, 1-bath ranch on a 1/4-acre lot, right? If you do the math, that would be 8 of them if you use the whole thing. That's not cost effective anymore? You have to do the duplex?
It's more cost-effective to do the duplex.
Okay.
Laura?
Do the 4-bedroom units have, when we're talking about keeping ourselves above the 40B threshold, does the number of bedrooms or multifamily have a greater percentage of, or is it just a house is a house? It doesn't matter how many people are living in it?
It's a unit.
Okay, thank you.
So the one-bedroom veteran apartments the Housing Authority wants to build will each count as 1 unit.
Okay.
And each of these duplex units will count as 1 unit.
Okay, thank you.
Ready to move forward?
Okay, I'll let Debbie talk about these also. These are pictures of things that they've built and are using as models for this. Once again, these will have to go through permitting, through the zoning board and the design review. Not to say there won't be questions or modifications requested, but this is the general idea of what they're proposing.
So this is a sample of 2 bedrooms in a single unit. So there's a 2-bedroom duplex that we built in Worcester. It has 1 unit on the first floor and 1 unit on the second floor. The next slide is a drawing of a 2 4-bedroom duplexes side by side. So it's each of those has an up and a down. In the 2-bedroom duplex, the basement is shared with an allocated area for each unit, so there's room for storage. In this one, the basements are completely separated, and for each unit.
So this proposal will have 2 buildings somewhat like this and 1 building somewhat like that.
That's right.
Great. Okay.
And once
So those-
again,
sorry.
that'll be dependent on input that happens during the permitting process also.
So the full unit size of this Auburn example is 3,000 square feet?
The Auburn example, yes, sorry.
Okay. It says 1,560 square feet per unit, so I'm
Per
guessing.
unit, so
okay.
3,000 square feet,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so this one talks through the Phase 1 portion. So the proposal is to split the construction of the full project into 2 different phases. Each phase will take approximately a year. In the first phase, we would do the majority of the site work, all of the water and sewer connections, as Rick mentioned. We have the approval right now, we might as well make those connections right now. And we would put in all 3 foundations, so that after completing 1 unit, we didn't then have heavy equipment on site with a family living there. So in order to split it into 2 essentially equal parts, we would do all of the site work up front and all the excavation, and then build 1 of the 4-bedroom duplexes. And then the next slide shows Phase 2, in which we would build out the 2-bedroom duplex and the second 4-bedroom duplex. And by splitting it that way, the costs for each phase are approximately equal, and we can spread the work over that 2-year period, complete it all within the 2-year period, but be able to navigate having have 2 families on site while the rest of the construction is going on.
So the application we have before the CPC, which we'll be reviewing with them on the 5th of December, is basically asking for $400,000 of community preservation money to do this Phase 1 and alerting the CPC that we'll be back for town meeting 2026, asking for $425,000. There is community preservation money in reserve for affordable housing. Affordable housing is the one aspect of community preservation spending in Northborough that's gotten the least attention. So there's the most money built up in reserve for affordable housing. And this is a good opportunity to take some of that reserve money, plus some of the new money that's coming from this year's allocation, to offset the cost of this. And we can talk to the CPC about how much of new CPC money they might want to use and how much of the reserve they want to use. Do they want to save any of the reserve to offset the cost of the project next year? But from a timing standpoint, we're coming before you tonight first to get a feel and hopefully an approval at some point for the transfer of the property to Habitat. If in fact the town is not willing to provide a donation of the property, then the project doesn't work and there's no sense asking the CPC for the funding. So two things have to happen. This board needs to support the project and be willing to have a warrant article in front of the town meeting next year to approve the transfer of the property, and the CPC has to agree to fund $400,000. If both of those things are agreed to, there'll be two warrant articles on the floor of town meeting to make this particular part of our application go.
So if I understand that you're asking the taxpayer to give the land and $400,000,
Plus another $425,000 next year.
plus another
So 825
425.
on the property.
Yeah, so basically what you're doing is your 25 is your contribution now, right, NAHC? So the next year we're doing the 425.
And what's important to notice is that the majority of the money is coming from Habitat for Humanity
Yeah.
in both phases here.
So they'll do another 975? So you're gonna do 18, 19 something, 1940?
Yeah, so it's
1950.
975 for the first phase and 875 for the
Second.
second phase
Okay.
from Habitat.
All right, and do we have a value on what the 2 acres are worth? Do you know?
At this point, we don't. That's something that we can get.
Yeah, we should probably
Yeah,
know, we should
I would
probably know
like
what
to
the
know
value
how
of
much
that
it
is
is.
before we go, oh, yeah,
Before we
no
give something
problem.
away, we gotta know how
Yeah.
much it's
Yeah,
worth.
I mean, so,
What it's zoned for, like what, or it's town-owned now, but
it's
what
town-owned
is-
land, because it's an affordable housing project, the zoning, I think, doesn't come into effect in the same way. Am I right, Laurie?
Just go to there.
Great, thank you.
So this parcel of land is zoned residential C, which is primarily a single-family zoning district. Duplex is allowed, multifamily is not. So they would have to get a comprehensive permit in order to fit this number of units on this parcel of land. So, of course, it is town-owned land, so we could ask me to do a value of the parcel. I didn't ask that question, but we can certainly get you that information.
I'd like to see that. And I had another question. Has there been any other interest in that property from other developers or businesses that would be interested in doing?
Well, it's a single-family zoning district, so business isn't.
I'm sorry, I meant,
allowed.
were there any other developers that were interested in that property for a development?
Well, of course, it's town-owned land, so we haven't asked that question.
Okay,
So
We never marketed it.
It's been owned by the town for a number of years now.
okay.
As part of this process, should town meeting agree to allocate a portion of this land for affordable housing, then it will have to go out to bid. So we will have to release an RFP for affordable housing from other firms, not just Habitat. So we'll see what happens at that time. It is possible that other affordable housing developers may be interested in doing the project.
Thank you. And do they have, how did we end up coming, how do we obtain this land? Was it donated? Are there any restrictions on it?
No, the town bought it, and years ago for the purpose of constructing a sewer treatment plant. And the state decided that the town should not have a sewer treatment plant, that they should join with the city of Marlboro. And as you know, there's a sewer treatment plant across the street on Boundary Street. So, the purpose that it was originally acquired for was no longer applicable. And so the land has just been sitting for all of this time with no clear purpose in mind, which is why we hit you up for the dog park a couple of years ago. And now there's the interest in doing the affordable housing development. I imagine that the other affordable housing projects were carved off in time, similarly.
And is there enough frontage for this many units on that piece of property?
Well, because it's a comprehensive permit, so the way a comprehensive permit is, essentially you throw the zoning book in the trash, and that doesn't matter. And you develop a project that you think that the land has the carrying capacity for. And you take into consideration distance between buildings for firefighting purposes, so usually that's 20 feet distance between buildings, and parking requirements. You look at the topography of the land, you look at whether there's sewer service or water. So all that goes into the number of units that are ultimately proposed. And then the ZBA makes the decision as to how many will actually be allowed.
Okay. Thank you so much for all those answers.
Before you go down, just to refresh my memory now, so what's the step-by-step process? If we say, okay, we agree to this, it still has to go to town meeting. The town meeting has to say that we agree to this. Then you go out and get the value of it and put it out to bid to anyone?
So you are correct, the first two steps. Then the third step is we have to issue an RFP. So we would have to draw up an RFP that says that, hey, we're interested in selling this land for affordable housing purposes. Give us your proposals. So then we'll get the proposals. We'll select the winner. And then there's the whole permitting process. So the land is donated, or I assume it will be donated to whoever ends up developing it. And then once they have acquired the land, then, or not necessarily, actually, we could do a contract that says that you have a certain number of months to obtain the permits that you want, and subject to the approval of the permits, then we will convey the land to you. So oftentimes that's the case. So it could be one or the other. And then once they get the permits, they're free to start construction.
And do they have a timeline of construction? Like, sometimes you have developers, if it doesn't happen to be you that does win the bid, then another developer comes in, wins the bid, and then goes bankrupt. What happened?
Well, I would definitely recommend that in the RFP, the town specify certain milestones, and then the conveyance is based on those milestones.
Okay. And then they might have insurance or something for that if they're not able to, or do you just then take the land back and go through the whole process again?
So it all depends on how the RFP is written. So typically what would happen is they would have to provide like a financial pro forma. So they would have to demonstrate that they have the financial means and the experience to take on the project and accomplish it.
Okay. And so you still have a couple of hurdles to go through. This would be one, town meeting would be the second, CPC money at town meeting would be the third, right?
And CPC in December would come long before that. So they need to present to
CPC
Community
would have to agree to
Preservation.
put a warrant article on the warrant.
On the
of
warrant.
Town meeting approving this $400,000.
Okay, so
And the
you're,
town would have to approve it, so there's,
all right.
we
so
took 2 warrant articles to approve this particular project. And then, if that all happened, then the RFP would go out. We had an opinion from town council that I was able to get for us today that verified that. He said that the RFP could restrict the proposal to only creating affordable housing on the property. Debbie has told me that they have experience with this. They've done this in other towns where they had to respond to an RFP. And they've also been able to specify that it could be a nonprofit affordable housing developer. You could specify that the target affordable housing range is no more than X% of median income. And the more you do that, it sort of narrows down who the prospective bidders would be. If in fact the agreement is what we want to do here is build affordable housing. If the value of the property comes back and your thinking is maybe it's better to sell it and put up market rate housing, then these numbers we showed you before, going from 10.28% affordable to 10.51, go the other way. If we build more market rate. So one thing we have to decide is, do we want to build more affordable housing in the town of Northborough? And the 6 more units on this property, a good step in that direction. If that's kind of where we want to go, then donation of the property to a nonprofit affordable housing developer is the path to follow.
Yeah, I think it's important to recognize the value to the town of affordable housing isn't just, we have some housing that is affordable to residents of the community, but it keeps us above the threshold where a non-friendly 40B could come in. And, I used to live in a town that happened to, and there was a prime industrial piece of land that we were looking to market to offset the tax rate and do all the good things. And we were under the 10% threshold, and somebody, a developer came in and said, guess what, I'm building duplexes on your industrial land. And that's all that's the end of it. So it's really important for the value of the community to take advantage of that. Laura and then Mike, I think.
So I definitely understand the value and the need for affordable housing, but you raised a good point. If another affordable housing organization ended up responding to the RFP and won, do we still contribute that 400,000, the CPC contribution 400,000 and then 425,000? Is that still part of this, or how would that happen?
Well, the application is being proposed to fund Habitat for Humanity, not a nonprofit housing developer. So my sense would be that if in fact someone else gets chosen, that money would not be available to that organization.
We may have to go back to town meeting and consider a reallocation of that as one way to resolve that.
But if the money's going to Habitat for Humanity, no matter what,
Well, it's not necessarily. If in fact we do an RFP, and if in fact the town chooses a different nonprofit developer, there are others besides Habitat for Humanity, the warrant article is going to specify the $400,000 is going to go to this project that Habitat for Humanity has proposed. And if somebody else gets the project, they may propose a completely different development of affordable housing on the property, wouldn't conform to this plan at all. So to a certain extent, we would go back. My sense is that for the number of units being built here and the target audience, that Habitat for Humanity is going to be the most viable choice. That's not to say there won't be other proposals. My sense would be they'd be very limited if anyone else would propose this project, because building 100% affordable units with no market rate units will basically eliminate all the market rate developers, and the large Boston area non-for-profits, like the company who came in and proposed the White Cliffs project, won't propose a 6-unit project in a 2-acre lot. And there aren't a lot of other alternatives, which is why our nonprofit has been partnering with Habitat on all these smaller projects.
I just want to make mention that I do see an electronic hand up in the audience. I think we should get through our presentation, then I'm happy to take questions and comments from the audience. Mike, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, and I think we kind of answered, one of my questions was basically how does Habitat for Humanity lose the RFP? And it kind of sounds like based on the project, what's being proposed, and how the RFP would be set up and structured, not that you're setting it up for Habitat for Humanity, but like you said, you're limiting the pool, and it's basically who you're partnering with, who, you know, the idea would be they'd be getting and winning the RFP bid process. How, just curious, a question on the 40B process, and not to get too sidetracked, but how often is that percentage reviewed? Is it based on sort of just like point in time, you're at 10.5 or 11 or 11.5, or is it when somebody brings a possible 40B development and then it's reviewed and said, no, this is where Northborough is, so you're either above or below and you can move forward? How does that
Annually.
work? So it's annually?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what they're looking at is they're looking at building permits. And so they asked the town for the number of new residential construction building permits that are issued in the school year. And that goes into the calculation.
And the rate of drop that was referenced on a slide from 11 to 10.28, what time frame is that over?
Oh, boy. I think it might be from 2012 to today. Because there was a housing production plan completed in 2012, and I believe it was over 11% at that time.
Okay, so over a 12-year period, that's approximately how much it went down. Okay.
Julianne?
So it's my understanding that Northborough has been and is keeping up with their requirement of percent of affordable housing, where we're in the 20% bracket of towns in Massachusetts that have done that. So I think we have to be proud of Northborough that we're in a safe spot, and compared to some of our friends and neighbors, we're doing a really good job.
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
And our position as a nonprofit is to continue to allow us to do that by proposing fairly reasonable small-scale projects over time that help us keep our head above water. We're not going to come here and propose a 175-unit project. I mean, our sweet spot is 2, 4, 6, 8. I mean, that's kind of the world we live in kind of thing. That's why both of these projects that were proposed to the CPC were attractive to us.
Steph?
I'm just wondering, they're coming to us with affordable housing, so if the board would like to go that way, why would the warrant be set up $400,000 from the CPA fund for Habitat for Humanity, when then it would go to an RFP and it could possibly not go to Habitat for Humanity? Shouldn't it be written to, put $400,000 from the fund toward affordable housing, then go the route of that RFP, and we could put, or you could put certain provisions, a nonprofit, and then it wouldn't get shot
Yeah, I
down.
think if it can be done in such a way that the board could decide that, basically wouldn't have to go back to town meeting again,
Right.
then
Right.
that definitely provides us some added flexibility.
I'm just saying, because then it's dead in the water if the warrant article stipulates Habitat for Humanity, if you didn't get it through the RFP process, so,
The
yeah.
reason we've been sort of concentrating on Habitat is because they've developed a solid track record in the town of Northborough for
Yeah,
doing this.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
people would feel comfortable if they knew, if we're going to do this, Habitat's going to do this.
And there probably aren't a lot of other organizations that do what you do.
Yeah, not a lot that are willing to take the loss per
Yeah.
house that we do. There are other folks who are in this space, though, so, some of the recommendations that, I would have in the writing of it is to, stipulate that for the project, you want it homeownership as opposed to rental. You want the, deed rider in perpetuity, keeping it affordable. That, specifying what the percentage that you want to go of AMI, so how affordable do you want the units? And then within the RFP, some of the things that I have seen in working with other towns is there's also typically a land development agreement, which answers some of your questions about how do you specify timeline and milestones. So those agreements come, after the RFP to ensure that whoever it is that does do the development meets the requirements and, meets all of the restrictions that you want to make the project. So,
Right, and you create deed restrictions as well, so,
Yes.
and that's a lifetime of the deeds.
that's right.
So that's, now, all of this information and writing it up, who's responsible for putting the, is that all in the RFP, or is it in two different places? Because you got to make the deed, right, and that's a separate situation where the deed's going to be made with this provision.
So,
And-
yeah, so it would be up to the town what stipulations they would want to put in the RFP. A developer with X amount of experience and, X amount of projects, one that's a nonprofit, like an example that they gave. So it would be the town to come up with those bullets and provide it for the developers, and they can bid upon that, and we, it's the lowest, usually the lowest bid, but of course it goes with, not saying we'd have to feel safety with whoever we're going with.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think, if I'm not wrong, correct me, but housing and livable communities would need to verify that the deed specifies the right provisions to allow the units to go on the SHI. So as the deed was created and before the unit was sold, there'd have to be agreement from the state that the deed specifies the proper provisions to allow the unit to be counted in the inventory.
Okay, so that's obviously important for us to have.
There's a template that EOHLC provides. So in order for a project like this to be approved by them to go on the housing inventory, there's a 40B application. They would need to come out, they would assess the property. They need to provide a letter of eligibility that says that this project is eligible as a friendly 40B project, and that units would be allowed on the SHI. And along with that application includes their template deed writer for what would be used for the properties when they are sold eventually.
Okay, so, and that's what I'm saying, after it's built.
Yeah.
Obviously, that deed then gets passed down when it gets sold or what have you, so that those restrictions, there are deed restrictions that would say that it would have to, the resell, the cost of resell and all that falls into that category of affordability.
Right.
All right, is there any quick way we can get the value of the land? I mean, is it something that's in the file?
Well, I imagine right now it would be assessed as undeveloped land, so undeveloped town-owned land. So we would have to assign a value. So that would be an exercise.
I imagine that would be an easy thing to determine before we finalize the town meeting warrant and get that. I think it's appropriate for us to get that.
Yeah, because I mean, that's going to be one of the big questions we get asked.
Yeah.
It's always the, okay, how much did that
Not that I
cost?
think this is appropriate, because probably more than this, but town council's opinion today was that if the value of the property is $35,000 or less, you don't need an RFP. But I got a feeling this land is going to be more than $35,000.
2 acres, I would
2
hope.
acres, yeah.
Worth more than that. Unless it's
Right.
farmland.
Laura?
Got one more question. So this is a lot of money that we're looking at. I would love it if we could have a select board participate in these meetings. If that's not an option, I would really like for these projects to get more data on the expenses, how the town money is being spent. I don't know what the best practice is for that. Do you have any experience with how other towns that are getting CPA funds, like, is the money just gonna go to NAHC? And
Basically, what happens is, if this project is approved, because Habitat for Humanity is not a Town of Northborough entity, over time, working with town council, we developed something called a funding agreement. Funding agreement is a legal document which will be executed between the town and the Housing Corporation and Habitat for Humanity. That will specify all the provisions. The money will be held in the town, and I become the center point, or the Housing Corporation is the center point, but I provide the function as treasurer, that as invoices need to be paid, the developer sends them to me. I validate that they correspond to the project as a pack. The the funding agreement has attached to it a budget that lists the project costs and where the money's going to be spent. That goes to me and it goes to Jason.
Jason Little?
Jason Little. And then as, let's say Habitat is the chosen developer, as they incur expenses, they send me invoices. I compare them to the budget. If I have any questions, I call up Debbie. What's this? I don't understand it. Once I understand it, I send it to Jason. He asks questions. If he agrees and I agree, then he cuts a check and he sends it to Habitat. And eventually, we have a running total that counts down to $400,000 until it's finally spent. So the funding agreement is the legal document that controls what everybody's responsibility is, and no money gets spent until they produce invoices which correspond to the budget which is attached to the agreement. And over the last 2 or 3 projects we've done with Habitat, Jason and I have worked out a good process where I'm kind of the central clearinghouse and nothing goes to Jason until I understand it. And Debbie's done a good job with her financial people of now providing invoices and reports to me that I can cross-reference against the budget that's attached to the agreement. So we've got it down kind of with science now.
As far as comparison with other towns, the projects that we've been working with the other towns in the area, we are typically proposing that CPA funds cover 30 to 50% of a project, depending on the size of the project. For this one, it's just under 30% that we're proposing, and it typically ends up at about $150,000 to $200,000 per unit. And again, this one's slightly under that because more units on a site, there's economies of scale.
And we're also providing the land.
Yes.
And do you have involvement from other select boards? Because you're working in other towns that have town meeting forms of government as well, or?
Yes. Yeah. So we've worked very closely with Holliston. We just completed a project in Sturbridge. I can provide names and references if you'd like to.
I would like
have
that, please.
contacts. Sure.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Right. Are we ready to move along with the presentation? We
Yep.
still have a couple slides left.
So basically, we're sort of coming down to the, so why do we want to do this? These are things we've already talked about. Our feeling is the timing is right. Water and sewer is now available. Until we knew it was available, didn't make sense to consider this. It's now available. We'd like to move on this, get these connections done in as expeditious manner as we possibly can before somebody changes their mind, kind of thing. And as we talked about before, our affordable housing percentage is declining, and this project would start to put the percentage going back up in the right direction. Next slide. The location is right. Down here on Boundary Street, we're abutting existing affordable housing. There's no public use plan for the project, as best we could tell. I talked to Tim before he left a couple of times. He wasn't aware of anything that the town had planned for the project. There'd been no private developers expressing any interest in the project. So between no public use being planned and where it sits, it seems to make sense. Next slide. The scale is right. These are projects we've managed successfully in the past. These are projects that Habitat's worked on successfully in the past. It fits in with the abutting neighborhood very nicely, kind of thing. And final slide here, we basically feel we've got the right partner. As we've determined now, we're going to have to do an RFP, but our assumption is once we get the RFP complete, odds are pretty good that if everything else is approved, that Habitat will be the partner we're working with here. And we feel very comfortable they could do this project successfully as they've done others. Which brings us to the last slide, which is basically what we're looking for here is the support of the select board to go forward with this project and to agree to create a warrant article to donate this property to Habitat for Humanity, or has been suggested, given the fact an RFP may be having done, it might make more sense to have the warrant article just have it donated to a nonprofit developer for affordable housing creation. Might make more sense as opposed to including Habitat for Humanity. But our assumption was that the select board, working with the town administrator, would create the warrant article. And that would be one of the 2 steps necessary to get this on the warrant for approval next year. The other step would be the CPC agreeing to fund the $400,000. And like we said before, we came here tonight first because we'd like to go to the CPC meeting on December 5th and say we have the support of the select board for the project. So if you guys agree, the select board has agreed, let's get these 2 warrant articles complete. What we don't want to do is have the CPC set aside $400,000 and then find down the road that the town doesn't want to do it, and they could have given the $400,000 to somebody else. So we'd like to give them some assurance on December 5th that there's a good likelihood that the town supports the project and will put a warrant article advising the town to donate the property for its development.
Thanks. We have one hand up from the audience. Is the board okay if I recognize that person? It's in there just as the name Burns. I'm going to bring you in. If you could unmute, identify yourself, and let us know what's on your mind, please.
Hi, sure. This is, I'm Cindy Burns. I'm one of the abutters. I'm at 186 Boundary.
Hi, Cindy.
Hi. Hey, Debbie.
Hey, Cindy.
And I just had a couple questions. Looking at the map, at the proposed plan, we have a shared well. So the 2 houses, and just to mention, the 2 houses on either side of this project are not affordable housing. Ours is not affordable, but I just wanted to call that out because that was mentioned. But in the corner of the 184, 186, we have our well, we have a shared well. And I just wonder, I don't know how close that will be to the boundary of the proposed property. And I'm just thinking of, if I don't know how they're going to maintain the lawns, if they're going to do it themselves. And I'm just concerned about the quality of our well, because we're dependent on that well for our water sources, because we're not hooked up. So I'm just, that's a concern. That was my first question. And then I had another question is, the loop trail currently runs directly through that property. And I'm just wondering, what are you gonna do with the loop trail that goes through there?
Is it Burroughs Loop? Which loop trail is it?
The only trail I'm aware of runs through the back of that town-owned land. It doesn't abut any of the lots that abut Boundary Street, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, you enter right on the street, so it crosses through. So it goes right across Boundary Street to the other side in Millham. But it's a loop trail that's been set up, and it goes right through the center of that property.
That's the Burroughs Loop Trail that she's referring to. It's the 33-mile trail that goes through Northborough, Southborough, Framingham, Marlborough, and then back through Millham, up to Coyote, and then connects in there and goes back to the Jehovah's Witness Hall area.
And part of it runs through the 2.707 acres that we're proposing, or?
I think that's what Cindy's saying. I mean, Miss Burns is saying.
We'll look into
Because
that. I wasn't aware of
I can
that.
see the people walking by. I see them go by, and it's pretty popular trail. So I was just wondering what's going to happen with that.
I think it's a viable question to get an answer to, maybe from the Trails
I made it
Committee.
to 31 miles. I missed that stretch of Millham, so. Thank you for bringing it up. Yep.
Right, there's that, and then just my concern about the well. I'm always talking about our well because it was concerned with the dog park, but now I have no concerns because it's so far away. But this is a little bit closer, obviously, and with that many people, I'm thinking with that many units, you could have the potential to have how many people? Maybe 50, possibly, if you had them at full capacity. I'm just wondering how we can protect our well from being contaminated. Or can we get town Marlborough water too somehow?
I'll answer the latter question. The town of Northborough would certainly have no objection with you getting connected to the city of Marlborough's water and sewer if you wanted to. But I would suggest contacting them if you were interested in doing that. The relationship between Northborough and Marlborough is very good right now. And if that interests you, if that is helpful to your property value, I would encourage you to go ahead and seek that. Other than that, Lori can probably say, this new property wouldn't be using water, so there wouldn't be a tremendous groundwater impact here.
Right, and also
Yeah.
this property is within the groundwater protection overlay, Area 3, which means that there would have to be proof that there would be no groundwater contamination as part of the permitting process. So thankfully, there's no septic system proposed here, and there's no well proposed here, so
Yeah,
I
I'm
think that
thinking more along the
remove-
lines of like, anything that's used on the lot, the grounds, the grass. I know they used a lot of herbicide down Boundary Street on both sides, but that was 50 feet away from the wells.
So usually with the groundwater protection overlay, what we're concerned about is septic systems, infiltrating from the impervious surfaces. So there would be a requirement to do infiltration of the roof runoff, and there may be some like rain gardens that are required, but that would be all part of the design. So that's further down the road than we are here. And also, as far as the trail is concerned, I was not aware that the trail goes through this property, but certainly as a condition of approval for the comprehensive permit, Habitat or whoever the affordable housing developer could be required to shift the location of the trail to a more appropriate location on the parcel. They may require some fencing or whatever to denote, kind of buffer the trail from the residents, but I imagine we can address that during the permitting process as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Cindy.
So my question then would be, now you're doing it after permitting, so that means you're already down the road. You've got the land, you've got monies that have been put aside, and you're trying to determine whether or not during the permitting process that that's going to be okay. But in her question is, how do you protect her well? She's asking more about how the property is maintained. So with, any chemicals that are on the land, because of its location, I'm sure that's kind of a, like you said, it's a kind of an important area for groundwater. So what, do we then put that into the deed as well? I mean, are we going to be able to do something to give her protection?
So in the conditions of approval, we put it regularly, pretty much whenever a property is within groundwater protection overlay, we put certain stipulations. So at that time, we will determine what those stipulations are. But usually it has to do with infiltration and then the stormwater management facilities that they design, so that you will be required to do infiltration, also require filtering of contaminants. So really the only issue is, just your typical herbicides that people put on their grass. So if that is a concern, then the ZBA could specify that you can't put Grovex or, something like that on the grass. That hasn't been done since I've been here. Usually the concern has to do with, service stations, for example, that are using hazardous or toxic materials, or like I said, we're often looking at stormwater management facilities. We're looking at snow storage areas. We're looking at if you have a wetland area that you can't put like salt on the parking areas. So, but that's addressed during the permitting process, like I said. So they'll be required to get a special permit for groundwater protection overlay.
All right, and then that might be the time that she might want to attend those meetings as well, because,
Absolutely.
I mean, wells are very, very, very specialized now. You don't know what's going to happen with the ground and everything else, and it requires them to either have some sort of insurance on it or to be feeling as though that there's something there to protect them.
Well, the good news is that the gentlest use is housing. You know,
Right.
When you're concerned about this is the type of use you want, is more housing.
And our experience at our most recent build where we had a well, which was in Sturbridge, the next door neighbor had a well also, and so we worked with Department of Health and, verifying exactly where the well was, what the slope of the land was to ensure that there was no impact from the new home that we were building to the existing neighbor. So I wouldn't be surprised to have those types of conversations as well, and making sure that the way we landscape and, set up that house, it doesn't have any impact on the neighbors.
That'd be great. I'm sure she'd appreciate that too. So good to bring it up and good to answer it. So
And she
thank you
would
very much.
definitely get a public hearing notice, because if she's abutting, then she's within 300 feet of the proposed development. So just keep an eye out. A lot of people see stuff they think is junk mail, and this won't be junk mail.
Okay. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Doug, if you had something, you could come towards the podium again, please.
Yeah, just, with the Habitat project, I think it's a great project. Typically, that involves donated materials and donated labor, is that correct? And the selected family has to do some sweat equity?
That's correct.
So how does that, reduce the overall cost? How much of a typical construction project would that reduce costs?
So it entirely depends on the location of the project and corporate partners and how many other projects are going on at the time. Typically, though, it's in the vicinity of 20%, 15 to 20% of our budget that we target for gifts in kind. But again, we've had some that have wildly exceeded that. We've had some that have come in much less than that. On the project that we did at Hitching Post Lane, we ended up with more donated product than we had anticipated, and so we ended up giving funds back to Northborough Affordable Housing because the invoice costs of the project were less than we anticipated they would be. So we returned that money back to the housing fund.
That's great, thank you.
Laura?
Does that money come back to the town then, if the Hitching Post project was a surplus?
It never comes back, it just doesn't get spent. So in other words, in that case, the town had approved $50,000 towards the
Okay.
renovation of Hitching Post. They spent $26,000.
Okay.
So that's what was reimbursed.
Okay,
And the next time we went before the CPC, we said now in the reserve,
okay,
we had taken 50,000 out of the reserve, we only spent 26. So there's 24,000 still in the reserve to go for something else. So once again, we never disperse money in advance.
so is that where the 24,000 is that you're contributing to the Boundary Street project is coming from?
Now, the 25,000 is purely money from our nonprofit.
Okay,
So we have our own ability to raise funds.
okay,
And so we're contributing $25,000 our own money towards the
Okay.
project. That's not town money, that's our private nonprofit money.
okay. Thank you for answering that.
Great, thank you. Any other questions, Mike?
Who specifically negotiated with Marlboro to get them to agree to the water and sewer tie-in?
Tim?
It was probably the former town administrator, Tim McInerney, or possibly Scott Serpentier from the DPW.
Actually, it was me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, actually, to be really specific about it, I did approach, I approached the prior mayor of Marlboro and was denied. So it went back after new elections, approached a new mayor. I did, though, very specifically, approach him and request a Habitat project connecting. So we think that conversation, if Habitat wasn't awarded, would need to be readdressed. I assume that the approval is for housing, affordable housing to be connected, but my ask was specifically for Habitat to connect.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much.
I think some of the
Appreciate that.
conversations that Tim had with the mayor also included this, as well as the dog park
I'm sure there are a
project.
lot of other conversations I wasn't involved in.
And also
Yeah.
the settlement of
Oh, yeah.
the disagreement between the towns, I think, played a part in it, too.
That opened all of this up to possibility, yeah.
Well, and it just, to the public comment through Zoom, to her point, I wonder if they're agreeable to that, is it just specific to that, or is the town able to reach out to Marlboro to see if there's any opportunity for other residents and properties along Boundary to tie in to Marlboro Water and Sewer if they wanted to? I don't,
Yeah, I think any resident on the Northborough side of Boundary Street could reach out to the city of Marlborough and request that. I don't think, I know they approve connection by connection, just like Northborough does.
But would we support that? I mean, if she came, as a resident, she came to the board and asked for the board's,
I don't think
Support.
we have a role in that, but if she wanted our support, we would certainly lend that. If she went to the city and they say, what does Northborough think?
Right.
Then either we or Steph could write a letter to
Yeah.
the mayor and say.
And I'm sure
yeah,
Scott knows the capacity
Yeah.
that Marlborough has to offer the
Yeah.
town of Northborough, and it comes down to mostly a capacity issue and
Mm-hmm.
how much they'll give us per year, but yeah, we can check on that.
and then do we know what elementary school this section of town would go to? Peasley,
I think it's Peasley.
is it?
it's the closest, isn't it?
That would be the closest.
Yeah, it's the closest school.
Okay, any other questions from the board? So,
Do we want to get, I guess my last question is, do we want to get some answers of a couple of things that we've asked before we make a decision?
Yes. I would love the references that you had mentioned, and just to better understand, what the funding looks like and what our involvement should be.
do you feel that you need that prior to acting tonight, which isn't, that's, we have several months before town meeting.
Yep.
Okay, so,
I definitely want to feel more comfortable
okay,
with the financial piece of it.
okay.
So,
To-
thank you.
My concern is giving away something that I don't know the value of.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I don't know if I'd be prepared to vote yes, even though I understand the need for affordable housing, and I'm not against this project necessarily, but to give away something I don't know the value of, that's my hangup.
I could have Lee do a comp study and see
Yeah.
if, yep.
Yep. I think timing-wise, so you're meeting with CPC, was it December 5th?
December 5th, so
December 5th.
there's another meeting of this board scheduled between now and the
There-
5th of December.
Yeah.
There is.
I believe
There
it
is.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, so if we could get the answers, both internally and some examples from you, if you could provide that, directly to Steph or through Rick to Steph, and so that this could be placed on our next agenda on the 18th, 2 weeks from tonight, then hopefully we could vote it then, and then you'd have your answer
That's
in
fine.
that time. Okay, is that reasonable?
Yes.
Everyone good with
Thank
that?
you very much for the
Okay.
presentation and all your efforts.
Thank you very
there.
much.
Thank you very much, and we really do appreciate all you've done, so, great job.
Okay, next up, we have continued ARPA decisions. For Revolution 250 Committee request to support Minuteman Day celebration for $9,000. Bob Light,
Hello.
along with Norm Corbin. Come on up. Identify yourself and, oh wait, I've got another presentation, don't I?
My name is Bob Light. I'm the chair of the Historic District Commission. I'm representing the Northborough Revolution 250 Committee.
And I'm Norm Corbin. I'm the vice chair of the 250th Revolution Committee, and I'm the historian for the Northborough Historical Society.
Okay.
Bob's in control.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'd love to give a good example here of the request that's coming from the Northborough Revolution 250 Committee, but it also has several town commissions involved. Next slide, please. So I'd just like to take an opportunity to talk about the committee. Earlier, probably a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, the state of Massachusetts, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, through the State House, formed the Massachusetts 250 effort to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution, which took place, preliminary started around in 1773 with the Tea Party, and then on through Lexington and Concord and Declaration of Independence. At the same time, there is another committee, it was a a nonprofit organization called the Revolution 250 org. So about the same time, several members of the Historical Society, Historic District Committee, Cultural Council got together and decided we wanted to form a committee for Northborough to commemorate the Northborough activities during the Revolution, which were quite significant. So the committee formed roughly a year ago at this time and at the end of 2023. It's made up of roughly 13 members right now, but we do have alternate people that are involved on an ad hoc basis. It's made up of 4 town commissions: the Historic District Commission, Cultural Council, Community Affairs, and the Cable Access TV. And I also failed to mention the chair of the Northborough 250 Committee is Terry Underwood of the Cultural Council. It also involves nonprofit organizations, the Northborough Historical Society and the American Legion and even the Garden Club. So it's a full range of Northborough residents, both affiliated with the town and not. The goals are to commemorate the Northborough significant events of the Revolution, 250th anniversary, and the events that led to the independence of the nation. Underlying those goals are historic education of the residents and to promote civic pride. And those underlying goals are the same as what we have for the Historic District Commission through the Historic Preservation Plan, as well as the Cultural Council and the Community Affairs. Next slide. So just to discuss some of the main significant events of Northborough contributing to the Revolution. We have the Northborough Tea Party, which actually took place in 1774, 2 months after the Boston Tea Party, where a traveling vendor of tea was intercepted on Boston Post Road on the way to Shrewsbury by Northborough residents dressed up as Native Americans. They burned the tea. And this was in basic protest, the same as the Boston Tea Party. The other big event that happened soon after was the formation of the Northborough Minutemen. There was actually 50 Northborough Minutemen. They were getting a sermon from Reverend Whitney on April 19th, 1775, when they heard of the skirmish at Lexington and Concord. They marched to Concord, then on to Boston, to Cambridge, and they participated in the Battle of Bunker Hill. Another major event of Northborough was that the Colonel Knox trail of cannon that was taken from Fort Ticonderoga that was on the way to Boston came through Northborough, and Northborough is an official site of the Knox Trail. Another interesting effect is that in 1776, in June, the Northborough town voted to support independence 1 month before the Declaration of Independence. They voted to support that if, in fact, the Continental Congress agreed to independence. So we actually predated the actual Declaration of Independence by 1 month. So in all, we had 124 residents of Northborough fight in the Revolutionary War, and that included 50 Minutemen. Next slide. So the Northborough Revolution 250 has been very active. We are now in production for various videos. We're in pre-production for post-production for the Northborough Minutemen, the Minutemen muster site, the Minutemen statue out front, and what was the other one? The Knox Trail.
Knox Trail, yeah.
Right. And then there's several others. How many others are being planned?
We'd like to have, these are short videos running 2 to 5 minutes, and we're looking at probably 15 to 20 of them, and we've just started them right now, and cable TV is really helping out doing the editing.
And the big event really for us is going to be in the spring of 2025, which coincides with the Minutemen March to Concord and Cambridge. And that's, obviously, there's going to be major celebrations by the state in Lexington and Concord and in Boston at that time. So ours would not be on the same weekend as April 19th, but it would be within that range, so as not to compete with some of the other major activities going on. And that's one of the parts that we're requesting for ARPA funds. The other event next year would be we've been invited to march in the Bunker Hill Parade. Since we had Northborough residents fight at Bunker Hill, it would be appropriate. There's also a Knox Trail celebration that will be probably in January of 2026 in Worcester, and Northborough is going to be invited along with 5 other towns in the Worcester area that were officially on the Knox Trail. We have a proposal in for CPC funds for a Revolutionary War monument that will coincide with some of the activities that we're doing. And then lastly, in 2026, coinciding with the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, there are several things that we could do. We could do the reenactment of the proposal by the town to support the Continental Congress.
This board could vote to support independence.
Yes. we could do that. And also in September, there was a reading of the Declaration of Independence. I guess it took several months for it to get around the colonies. So those are things that we have on the agenda, but there are a lot of other things. So the next slide. So the ARPA funding request is basically, our objective is to commemorate some of the major activities. Northborough had a, in 1976, the 200th anniversary, the 250th anniversary of the town was in 2016. And in 1976, there was the 200th anniversary of the Revolution, of the Declaration of Independence. So there is a precedent for the town to support this type of activity.
So really what we're doing at this point is, we need some funding to get us started. And with the way we set up the way we all got together, we were kind of late in the process. If you go back to when the town had its 250th celebration, the town committee was actually put a warrant article for some funding, 2 years to do that. Well, we certainly couldn't make last April's meeting. What's happening now is we want to have this event for where the 50 Minutemen left the town, and that's between cycles.
Mm-hmm.
We need some funding to squeeze us between cycles. We may want to consider something on next year's warrant if there's some funding that makes sense for us. But this immediate request is really to focus in on the day of the 50th, the 50 Minutemen leaving Northborough to go join the fighting. So along those lines, we have a budget. We're requesting, I'm sure I remember the number. We're requesting $9,000. Part of this is really to have some attire, colonial attire. We don't have any colonial attire. It would be nice to have something. We'd like the colonial attire certainly for that day, for the Bunker Hill Parade, for the event with Knox in Worcester, and other events through the years. That's something we just don't have a handle on. So that's one of the expenses we have. The other expense is to have an event. We want to look at getting some colonial music. Fife and drum would be really good. We also want to, there's also be some costs associated with marketing and police details. So we came up with a small budget of $9,000 to help us have this small celebration this year in the timeframe of April.
We had proposed, the Massachusetts Office of Travel and Tourism had a grant proposal. They had roughly $1.5 million, but it was a highly competitive grant proposal. We had proposed for a similar, with a little bit more effort, $18,500. It was unsuccessful. One, because it was highly competitive. We were competing with Lexington, Concord, and some of the other towns. The other thing is that the main objective of the MOTT was to encourage tourism to Massachusetts. So it was a hard argument that really couldn't compete with Lexington and Concord for the travel tourists that would come here. But our argument was that that Northborough might be a side event if someone was visiting Concord and Lexington. Anyway, that was unsuccessful, so we pared it down a bit for this ARPA proposal to $9,000. The period attire, I think as Norm mentioned, would be used throughout 2025 and 2026 for all the events that were planned. So it would be for the event in April of 2025, but it would be used throughout. You know, like for instance, the Bunker Hill Parade, as well as the Declaration of Independence activities. And the next slide is just the final slide too. We had broken it down by roughly $5,000 for the attire. Norm mentioned the fife and drum and the colonial music for the event in April of 2025. Other costs and marketing events, police detail, et cetera, comes to $9,000.
You said you might want to go to town meeting in the spring for some additional money?
Yes.
We've given that some thought, but
Okay. Do you any idea as to what dollar amount?
not at this point.
Okay.
Through the chair, is the colonial attire, is that rented or is it owned after you?
It would be owned. It would be attire as well as accessories. And it would be town property. Again, we're asking, even though this is an ad hoc committee, it's not town associated, but the proposal would come, and the funding and the management would come through the Historic District Commission. So it would be owned by the town.
Okay.
And stored for further use. And beyond the events of the 250th anniversary, we expect that there'll be more and more events coming up. Apple Fest, for example.
I love the idea. I think you could probably use it the day of the bouncy castles too. But I do, and to your point, Steph, have you looked into renting these? Because after the year and a half of using, are they all the same size? Are they different sizes? Or there's something that somebody else would actually be able to utilize? Because, we end up storing things that,
I
Be different people.
did look at some rentals. The numbers weren't coming out quite right. I mean, I could revisit it. But the fact is, we do need some kind of colonial wear.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have my notes with me for the companies I checked out for rentals. It just seemed like a better opportunity because of the multi-use purposes. But
right.
And I imagine during that whole, year and a half process, the demand for those rental uniforms would be very, very high.
Well, you have to rent early. Early and often, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
early and often.
Yeah.
And I like to think this, the war lasted till 1783, most people, and there's a lot that happened between when the British left Boston and the war finally ended. And I just think if we have these capabilities at our, these clothing capabilities for us, there's really a lot of use we could have over the long term for that. But that's kind of the logic we're using right now.
Okay.
I wish I could sew.
Okay.
I'm horrible.
Well, at least there'd be a little bit more costumes on the parades. I mean, we need a little bit more of
That's
that.
kind of the intent.
Yeah.
But then I think there's, well,
And we were looking for uniforms to wear in the Apple
See?
Fest parade.
Yeah, well, there you go. You got,
Could you, at the end of all of this, could you give it to Algonquin, to their theater group, or?
we certainly,
I mean, they
those are all
might
good
be
options.
doing
It would
a,
be better, that would be a better option than just putting them in storage. I
Yeah.
think that the donation would make sense, if that's something that makes sense, yeah.
yeah, because the storage thing starts to get a little overwhelming. We have so much stuff. I mean, when you go
Yeah,
up to the second floor.
I can't speak for the society because I'm not, on their board, but the society does store antique colonial clothing. So that would be another option to donate it to the society and have them store it with all the other clothing that they have for all the different eras of the town. But, those are just, you know, thoughts right now.
Yeah, I did have a question from somebody who'd asked me, are there any women involved in this? And back in the old days, there wouldn't have been women on uniform, but,
The women were very involved, especially after when the war really started rolling. The women were very involved, making clothing for the soldiers.
right,
Kind
right.
of old school back then, but that's what they did. There was a lot of support from the community. In fact, if we get them funding for the war memorial, it's not just about the soldiers. You have a sentence in there that the whole community had to be involved with the war.
Well, could you, then maybe what you should do is 9 uniforms and then 1 woman's uniform, not a uniform, but her little bonnet and the whole thing, and
Well,
she can be sewing while you're walking, you know?
Well, the plan is not, the plan is to have colonial attire. And we looked at, there's a lot of colonial attire for women, so it would be split up between military uniforms and, you know, a lot of colonists at the time were really farmers, so colonial farmers, and then, of course, the women's clothing. Yeah, they were definitely part of this request is women's clothing.
Oh, I like that. I love it. Since we're an
Definitely
independent group and we like some women involvement. And then the other question that I have is, what's the memorial look like? And where would you put it?
Well, the memorial, we're modeling it after the Veterans Memorial that's over at the Howard Street Cemetery. And it's roughly 3 feet by 5 feet by 1 foot thick.
So does it go up?
Yeah, it goes up. It'll be
Yeah.
on a base, and we have,
It's about 5 feet by 3 feet wide. It's a piece of granite with a etching of there's an etching on it of an image, and then there's some wording, and we use that as the example.
and it's going to have our logo on it, and it's going to be basically in honor of the Northborough residents that fought in the Revolutionary War. The 124 residents.
And where will you place it?
We're looking at the common, because that would make sense, because that's where the memorials are falling more and more into the common area. And nothing is cast in stone until we know we have funding, but, no pun intended. But you know, you look at the war memorials we have, we do not have anything that's specific to the Revolutionary War, and a lot of towns do.
Yeah.
And when Bob and I looked at it to request for CPA funding, a lot of towns have actually requested funding for Revolutionary War memorials with CPA funding. So we're in the realm of what we can spend for that. So we just have to convince CPA that, the CPC that it's okay, and then it gets voted at town meeting. That's not today's topic, that's just.
Okay. All right, great. Thanks.
Great.
Thanks for all the work
Great.
you've done and answering all
Any
those
other
questions.
questions?
I think it sounds great.
So this is an unbudgeted ARPA item, if you will. Is the board okay splitting this one 5 ways?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you add us to the distribution list for all these events that you've got coming up that we'll be participating in?
Oh, sure.
That would be
Sure,
great.
definitely.
And thanks for all.
We meet monthly, and we have minutes every month, and we're
I'm very grateful for all the work to bring this important part of our history back to the forefront. And I appreciate all the work that the committee's doing. I just don't want to miss any of the fun events, so,
Thank you.
thank you.
All righty.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
There is a motion. Mr. Chairman, I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $9,000 for the purpose of supporting Northborough's Revolution 250th commemoration and participation in the Minuteman Day celebration in the spring of 2025, as presented in the memo by the Northborough Revolution 250 Committee, included in the meeting packet pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the town administrator to enter into and execute a funding agreement with the Historic District Commission per their presentation and memo.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. This is, I want to make note, this is the first time we've made use of the option to execute a funding agreement within the town, which is a relatively new option provided to us within the ARPA rules, that the guidance that we've talked about it a little bit, but the guidance that we've had all throughout the process would be that if it was town money, we needed to have a contract in place, which would mean in the prior rules, the Historic District Commission would have to have a vendor in place and a contract in place to buy the materials. We received guidance, about a month and a half or so ago, that extended some of the same flexibility that we had with outside nonprofits that we've granted money to to internal use as long as there was a contract between the town administrator and the committee or department that was expending the funds. That allows the funds to be sort of held onto and processed anytime within the next 2 years, until the end of 2020, calendar 2026.
That's not going to be a problem.
Right, yes, I know that, but I wanted to point it out because some people watching this meeting, they think, oh, they needed to have vendors in place by the end of 2024. We have some additional new flexibility in that, which you're taking advantage of, and I'm glad you can.
We understand that. Thank you.
Okay, so motion's been made and seconded. Any other discussion or questions? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I see that as unanimous in favor. Thank you very much. I really, yeah, this is a great proposal.
Yep, yeah.
I can't wait to see the outfits.
You mean you aren't going to be wearing one?
Our April meetings.
Forgot to add that to the contract.
That's right.
All right, next up on our agenda, fiscal year 2025 budget update. Finance Director Jason Little. Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for having me here again.
Thank you.
We
I
enjoy
do
it.
have a PowerPoint.
Yep.
And I sent it to Mitch. And I'll disclose first off that I worked more on the memos that are in the packet than I did on the PowerPoint. So I'm sure we'll all see it, but I see there's a pretty glaring typo in one of the slides. So
We could fix it live.
Okay, thanks. All right, thanks.
Here we go, sure.
So, this slide is very momentous. It's telling us what date it is and what we're talking about. 2 weeks ago, I was here with you, talking about closing out FY '24. It's a very important step. The next milestone on our calendar is going to the classification hearing and setting the tax rate. And setting the tax rate is really when we consider the original budget being complete for FY '25, although we're months into the fiscal year already. So again, what I wanted to go through, first of all, is we voted a budget at town meeting and made certain assumptions at that point. And we can't spend any money without appropriation except in very limited circumstances. So some things do change between April at a town meeting and then the fall when we set the tax rate. And those things are, we get our final state aid numbers generally well after town meeting in June or July. So those numbers get trued up to what they actually are going to be from what we've predicted them to be in April. Those are both, as you know, we get state aid in the form of receipts from the state, but they net that out with, we pay assessments to the state. So on revenue and expenses, those change through the state aid process. We could change local receipts if we saw we had a huge amount, or we can change them if we had a deficit in one of the lines. We budget $4.4 million of local receipts every year, and we predict we're going to get 4.4 million. I have sources like within that 4.4 million that can change, and we have to try to have our tax rate approved because, and I'm not doing a good job explaining it tonight. I did a better job last time. But the state wants to look at our local receipts and know that we're going to get those receipts before they'll set our tax rate. So we have to be conservative when we're setting our tax rate with local receipts. There was one minor number that changed with our local receipts due to some DOR rulings where we closed out about $35,000 from debt service last year, and that was a result of not using issuance costs for the fire station ban. Because it was debt excluded, it was raised as debt exclusion, we need to reserve it at the end of the year, so it didn't become part of our free cash when that money closed out. And we have to apply that to the FY20, the next year's tax rate, and those are DOR rules. So taxpayers paid the money, and it has to be applied to the debt exclusion. The other things that can change, overlay, which is the provision for abatements, that number can change, and generally, that's the last thing that changes because that number is used to balance the tax rate to the penny. When we make these predictions, the tax rate needs to come out to an even penny, and the overlay is generally what's adjusted to make that happen. And then I have school assessments on this list. The Northborough Southborough Regional School Committee voted to reduce its assessment. They're making predictions as well. They make conservative predictions. They got their final state aid, and generally that's why they would come back and revote their assessments and reduce them. So typically, like I said, we can't spend more money unless we go to a town meeting and appropriate it. We could have supplemental appropriations, but these are the things that can, this list here are the things that can change without town meeting action. Regional School Committee voted to reduce their assessments to us, so that gets plugged in and factored into the tax rate, so we're not taxing people for that at surplus on the front end. We've already reduced it in the tax rate. And then at the end, the tax levy is what gets calculated, so that as a result of these other items, the tax levy can change. And then obviously, I'm going to be going through some numbers. These are numbers that are pending. They shouldn't change. I don't predict them to change, but the assessor is going to come forward on the 18th and handle the classification hearing. Soon after that, after the select board votes to either adopt a single rate or adopt classification, we've done all these numbers with the prediction that we will continue carrying a single rate. The assessor will get more in depth into terms of the makeup of the values and the numbers at that presentation. But we can calculate what the rate is. We know what the tax base is, the total value of town. And like I said, there'll be a much more interesting presentation about the values at the classification hearing. And again, I'm projecting these numbers, assuming they're going to be set by the state. And then as well, we made a bunch of predictions relative to the values and the impact to taxpayers. So those numbers have been updated in this memo. All right, so in total, if you could, there was a $400,000 reduction to expenses. What that's made up of is the town's basic portion of the budget was reduced by about $32,000, and that's the net of reducing overlay. We budgeted $375,000 and we reduced it to $316 to get to the tax rate. And then some things increased, which were the state assessments increased from what the original cherry sheet was when I said they're originally printed on pink paper from the state and mailed to the cities and towns. So they're historically called cherry sheets, but they're just online now. So anyway, the state assessments on the expense side increased $21,000, and then the offsets, which we have to budget for, which it's a little convoluted system, but within our revenue number is library aid, and that's considered an offset item. We're going to get the revenue, but then we have to budget it as an expense because the money goes directly to the library for their use, and that number increased by $4,700 to $44,000. So that's those two numbers netted against each other. The $26,000 increase net against the $58,000 reduction is why the town's budget reduced $32,000. I just mentioned the regional school committees for Algonquin Regional High School was reduced by $98,000. So that impact is plugged in. And then from the original budget till now, there's no taxpayer impact to this, but on town meeting floor, I'm sure everybody remembers the discussion over the police station siding, and that article on town meeting floor was reduced by $270,000. So that makes up the lion's share of the $400,000.
Laura?
Can I ask a quick question? What was the school budget reduction as a result of?
I didn't analyze the number. My assumption is, and this is generally why it happens, is that they estimated their state aid.
Okay.
And they estimated conservatively. When they got their final numbers like we did in June or July, their final cherry sheet numbers.
Got it.
They're a separate entity as us. They get state aid just as we do. They get different categories of state aid. But generally, it's because they found out they're going to be getting more money from the state.
Thank you.
Their number gets finalized then through that final vote of the school committee to
Got
set
it.
their assessments.
Thank you.
And so it was just those few items that changed. If we go to the next slide. because the budget's balanced, we have the same number that got reduced from revenue. Local receipts increased by that $31,000 factor due to that excluded debt closeout. The state aid revenue increased by $167,000. And then those movements led to the property tax levy being reduced. And then as well, no taxpayer impact related to this, but on the revenue side, the free cash as a source was reduced as well due to the police station siding article.
Thank you.
Can I ask you about that?
Sure.
It's, so it's reduced by 270.
Right.
But the 70 was in the prior year that we never spent. The 200,000 was actually what was put in for town meeting from the 540. So, but they lumped the full amount of use money at 270.
Right, the article was 540 with 70 being funded from another article. So the amounts funding the article was 200 from free cash and 70 from the other article. So $270,000 from free cash remained in free cash.
Okay, so.
The reduction led to $270,000 of free cash less being used, if that makes sense.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so it just happened to be 270
And
on the other
now
side.
now that 270 is part of the 4.6 million that we have now available.
I see for the levy limit. We know I'm in levy limit. Love it. Okay.
All right, so here is just a very broad summary of the revenues and expenses, and when we move from, when we start the budget model for FY26, we start from a base of where we set the tax rate at. So we'll have the proposed FY25 in the book, and then the revised number will be in the budget book for next year.
I'm going to break in and say, for anyone following along at home, if you can't read the numbers, if you look at our agenda packet, the same table and all of these details are in the agenda packet.
Yeah, and through the chair, if we can make the disclosure that I spent more time working on the memos in the packet than
So noted.
So, yes.
So if we could move on to the next slide. The last part of this is to talk about the budget update to the taxpayer impacts. The tax base, we make a prediction for that so that we can kind of get to a rate and predict all kinds of things like the amount that's incrementally involved with debt service and other items, how this is going to impact the single family home. So we predicted the tax base was going to increase, but it increased more than what we predicted. So it's increasing $66 million more than what we predicted. So it's moving from 4.452 billion to 4.518 billion. So that has the effect of lowering the tax rate. So the tax levy decreased, so it decreased by $329,000 from 64.7 million to 64.4 million. So the way the tax rate gets calculated is you divide the tax levy, the 64.4 million, by the tax base, which is 4.5 billion, and that rate from what we projected 14.54 as $14.54 as being the tax rate per thousand for the town, and then that got reduced to 14.25, $14.25 per thousand for the tax rate. And again, that's not set yet. That's pending the classification hearing. And that would be a single rate, $14.25. And another impact would be we model this based on the average single-family home value. That single-family home value we estimated being a 5% increase. The assessor's work led to that being a higher amount because values went up more than what we projected a year and a half ago. It went from 655, that's what we predicted, and it went to 664. So the average single-family home for FY25 is going to be $664,000. So in effect, values went up, the rate went down, And then, so on the average single-family home that we model so frequently for these financial trend monitoring and the financial projections in the future, that number, that the average single-family tax bill for FY '25 went down from what we projected at town meeting. And that's generally based on how things happen every year. We generally try to make sure we're projecting a high number at town meeting, and then it gets reduced for when we set the tax rate. So people aren't going to experience sticker shock more than what they would have otherwise. So that tax bill is set to, we projected it was going to be $9,534 when we went to town meeting, and it's going to be more like $9,463. And these numbers are simply just the table from the memo. It's the same numbers that we were just discussing. And that's concludes my presentation on our update on FY '25.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, thank you. If anybody has any questions, feel free.
Yes, I do, right, of course. But now I have to look at my notes and go, what did I write? Okay, do all real estate values, and it's the home values, I imagine. It's not the commercial and it's not the industrial. It's just the residential home values that go up in terms of their value?
I believe all values went up because
values.
they're part of the overall tax base.
Okay,
You'll probably be way more interested in the assessor's presentation because he'll talk more about the values of each class of
Okay.
property. I simply know what the tax base, the overall values of everything went up, as
Okay.
well as the single-family homes. So they both went up.
okay,
We try to be conservative and say, what is the impact going to be? Could there potentially be a shift, not a shift in rate, but a shift behind the scenes in values? Like what if single-family homes go up quicker than commercial industrial properties do? So typically we build that into our modeling, that we try to predict what's going to happen with the market. And I don't think it was as dramatic. I think the values all increased similarly rather than disproportionately on residential.
okay. And you had 66 million more. When I write, what is the 66 million more for? But I don't remember what you,
Well, 66 million more in value overall, like assessed value.
so that 5% of everybody's value that went up probably added 66 million.
Right,
Okay,
right. So it went up $66 million more of the 4.5 billion to get to 4.5 billion.
okay, all right. And then I guess my other question would be, with all these impacts and this 1425, which always sounds lovely until you get your value of your house, how does, if tomorrow's election goes as we expect, how much more then will this number be? Or does this already include the debt exclusion?
I think, through the chair, I think you were asking me, will this affect the debt exclusion number for the fire station project? And the answer to that would be, there's going to be no impact in FY '25 for the fire station project. The overall tax base going up will bring down those estimates for FY '26. We don't have a real tangible estimate for what's going to happen with values in FY '26 yet. But as I've said all along, we try to make these predictions conservatively, and we use a projection based on the lower amount for the tax base. I ran the numbers with these numbers using the same assumptions, and this shouldn't be a headline in the paper, but the impact is probably, like, the $441 impact might be $440.
It's really that close.
Every dollar counts. I wouldn't want that to be the headline in the paper.
Did you hear that, Laura?
We try to be conservative, but I'm not going to pat myself on the back. That prediction, but it's probably going to be 1 cent less in the rate than the 66 cents that we predicted.
Okay.
For the high year.
And that's what we expect for 1 year, then the following year will change.
It'll be less the next year, yes.
Okay.
For the fire station, the impact from the fire station project, should it be approved.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Laura?
Thank you again for making this very understandable. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you coming back and doing this again. One of the lines in your memo said that the town can reduce the budget during the recap process. When is that, and do you have suggestions for how we can go about that?
Yeah, so what I was laying out was the town can reduce its budget through those limited number of items
Okay.
that have already been laid out here in this memo. And they're not really active things that we're reducing, they're things that we're just updating our
Okay.
assumptions.
I like saving money. A little bit of false hope, but thank you.
The false hope is we try to prepare a budget and tell people the
Yes.
truth up front and not give them a higher tax bill than,
Yep.
than what it's gonna be when the tax rate is set.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a question. Sure. So I don't know if this is this presentation or the next one, but it's becoming clear that we have a lot of deferred maintenance to take care of. And I'm not sure, do we have a full understanding of the amount of money that, and a schedule that we're going to go by for that?
Well, those items that were discussed in terms of like the building condition and so forth, my hope is that we're seeing in the capital plan, which is now on the town's website, thank you, Laura, for
Thank
bringing
you.
that up and asking that question at the last meeting.
Thank you.
On the FY25 budget page is the capital plan summary that, for every department's submission to the capital plan. And the capital plan, the segregation between what's operating and what's capital, goes to the capital budget, is defined locally. It's what costs $25,000 or has a useful life of 5 years or more. And those building repairs would typically come through the capital plan. So my hope is that these reports that we're paying for are going to guide submissions to the capital plan. If you look at that summary, it just in FY25's capital plan, it was the first year we included it, but there were a division for facilities in there. Though we previously had not budgeted for some of these projects. So I hope these reports are going to align with what gets submitted for the capital plan through facilities and DPW.
And do you mean by reports that facility report that we had done in October?
Yeah.
So we've already, through a resident, discussed some of the facts that isn't as clear, an itemized listing of what really has to be done, and maybe it's falling short of what has to be done just because of the length of time these things have sat there, which is coming to your point. But I guess that would be on the second presentation.
So as we work through, there's some discussion, yeah, and that is something that we'll touch on in the next presentation. Yeah, that will be up to financial planning to listen to the department making the request to work through those questions, and the board as well in terms of policy decision of what they're going to support in terms of capital plans and when we start seeing the cost for some of these things.
I think it's quite obvious we're not going to be able to fund everything, so it would be priority basis but yeah, there's a lot of planning in that.
Yeah, because I guess we can talk more about that when we're ready for
But off the top of my head, I don't remember what the total was of the facilities, but those got dropped into the capital plan last year. And there was a number of items in the capital plan that really inflated the cost last year. We started seeing the numbers for Peasley School be added into the 6-year window, a time when that's always been an out year, and a TBD that, it's not zero, but it's not factoring into the model or the window of time where we would model debt for that. That's now making its way in. Obviously, there was the escalation in cost of the fire station project, which was understood, and we knew the numbers, and we worked through that. But the facilities amount was added for the first time last year. And when I say last year, the FY '25 plan that was acted
Right.
on at this past April's town meeting.
And how much did we put aside for that?
For what? What was that?
For last year's facilities for 2025? Did we put a lump sum together, didn't we?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember, but I know there was a $250,000 article for HVAC. There was, obviously, there's the police station siding article that was reduced. And again, off the top of my head, I don't remember.
Okay.
But
I anticipate as we get into the meat of the FY '26 budget, we'll start to see a little bit more, and that'll be a good opportune time to ask how the plan is going so far.
And that would be, when do we have that discussion?
Probably late winter, early spring.
Okay, so from what we have here in this, the draft, the capital budget draft, there's a lot of different things in there that we would hopefully discuss. I don't know that tonight's
So
the
the
time to
Financial
do
Planning
it.
Committee is going to go through that process, that they take the first pass on all those details, and then it comes to us
And then it
probably a
comes
little
to
bit
us
later. Yeah.
to discuss. Because there's a lot of stuff in here that's already, some of the stuff's already been purchased. But I do think that there's, especially now that you've said that, we rely on those studies for that to be done, there's a lot of openings there. There's a whole section of AAB handicapped
The ADA.
ADA things that have to be addressed. And I don't know how long they give you, you must know maybe, how long do they give you to address them once they've,
As long as you're proactive, you won't be penalized. You just have to show that you're making strides in correcting.
okay. So, and that's at least getting some of those things
Yes, yeah,
produced in each one of those buildings that's required.
right.
Because it's interesting, because there was only a sheet, like it showed the fire station and the senior center and all the buildings that we have, the 7 buildings, I think. And it was one page that had an amount, like $500,000 or something. But beneath it was like page 1 of 233 pages.
Oh, yeah.
So do we have that 233 pages to refer to?
In the report?
Yeah, in the report,
Yeah.
because I didn't find it when I opened up the.
We must. Usually when they do a full study, it'll give a breakdown by department and, or by building, town building and what they found, and they give their estimated cost. It's not necessarily exact, and as we know, costs escalate, material cost, so yeah, it's just basically something to steer of, you'll know what you should be budgeting for, but like I said, being conservative, which I think we're both pretty conservative, yeah, we'll be careful of that. But as long as you're making strides to correct those infractions, then yeah.
Okay. Because it seems like
I'll work with you.
each building was pretty, was substantial in what they needed just for
Right.
that. And then what the items that aren't showing.
Right.
That's a bigger concern to me, that they aren't showing anywhere. So how do you prepare for them if you don't have them listed? So because those reports, I would have thought would have been more detailed, just because we paid money to have it done. And when I got it back, the first time I looked at it, I was kind of like, oh, well, just kind of look through quickly because there wasn't a lot of substance in it. And then now that we've had all these experiences with going to the police station and seeing what's happening down there and then actually seeing the building and seeing what's going on inside, there's more concern than there would have been just looking at those reports saying, oh, well, they're fine. There's only 4 things, there are 5 things. Is one the septic system? Does it have to be rebuilt? There's a lot of questions that should probably be answered, and I think that's to Doug's point.
Right.
So, okay.
I mean, well, it's a good point. I mean, obviously, like an unacknowledged need is still a need, whether you, like I said, the point was like that my hope is that some of these needs that are identified through these studies are going to be refined through the capital process. As we go forward, having facilities be included in the capital project going
Right.
forward.
Okay, great, thanks.
Any other questions on the FY25 budget update so far? I would request that maybe, I think we've talked about this a little bit before, sort of a quarterly report of a little bit more detail than this of, revenue and expenses by source, by department, and so forth, so we can get a sense for how the budget process is going. I think that should be something that the board should receive on a quarterly basis.
Right, and.
Would be
yeah,
great.
Provided, like, once we
Yep.
get up to
We're
speed.
we are getting up to speed with this. I'm not upset that it's not here yet. Don't misinterpret that, yeah.
And this is gonna sound wrong when I say it, but a quarterly update is not that meaningful in some cases, because a lot of things don't happen on like a 1/12 basis over the course of the year. So doing an update, the year-end update is far more important than the quarterly update. But I want people to have their questions answered, and, we are balancing cash on a monthly basis, sending reports out to department heads. So this is part of our function, so I have no problem producing quarterly reports. But the real meat is in the budget process and the explaining our year-end results when we get to those.
Yeah, I think it provides the opportunity for a little bit more education to board members, and some questions that, some valid questions that may come up, and some questions that may seem valid, and it turns out to be, why isn't this item, 25% spent at the end of the quarter, because some items you buy July 1st, and some items you don't buy until the middle of June.
Just one example, and, this is why we're conservative with budgeting, but our biggest source of local receipts is motor vehicle excise. We don't send out our tax bills for the year, the main tax billing for the year, until February. So we don't typically know whether we're going to meet our receipt number for our budget number for the motor vehicle excise till then. And so, like I said, not everything is cyclical that way. We're conservative with what we estimate for motor vehicles, so it's generally likely, but you'd be very worried about local receipts if you looked at them today.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think, one year of the board going through that process, we'll be much more familiar with that than the following year, but we've got to get into that rhythm.
Right, and again, we'll work on that. I just wanted to get through these kind of more momentous year-end memos before we get into kind of the day-to-day quarterly.
All right, it sounds like we're done with FY25. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is FY26.
Yeah, and that's conveniently in the same PowerPoint file.
I appreciate.
Can I just make a comment? I didn't get this until just recently, so I haven't reviewed any of this document yet. And I see that there is a vote that's requested. Do we have to do this tonight, or can we?
Well, the request is, I tried to make this as position-free as possible.
Yep.
As we get to the end of it, we can talk about it, and if you're not comfortable making the vote.
Okay.
The purpose of having the vote would be to move on to give directions to departments on how we're going
Okay.
to produce budgets this year.
Okay.
So if we just move through it, and then if you have questions, feel free. But again, we have a new administrator starting today.
Yep.
And a departing administrator, I want to work with Stephanie on her priorities through this process. And just want to make sure I'm not stepping on anybody's toes or
I appreciate
taking away
that.
any executive function that isn't mine to make.
Yep.
I'm not making policy with these recommendations. I'm simply trying to craft the budget instructions in a way that at the end of it, we're going to have a set of policy decisions to make and choices to make.
Yep.
And that's where the heart of this was coming from.
Totally understand.
So I feel like by the end of this presentation, you'll be comfortable voting on it, because again, we're not taking any hard stances or anything. We're simply setting the stage for the budget this year.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so we can move on to this is the FY '26 budget discussion. And, okay, so this discussion that I'm here for you tonight with is beginning the FY '26 budget process. Through this presentation tonight, I'm going to discuss the free cash policy and going to ask to adopt, the board to support adopting a free cash plan for the year. This is an annual practice that happens as a result of our financial policies that have been in place for years. We're going to discuss the capital improvement plan and the instructions to generate the capital plan this year. Discuss the operating budget instructions as well. So the timeline for the budget starts basically now and continues, with the free cash plan. It is the first step basically. And then we send out instructions to departments. Then obviously the budget culminates with a budget hearing in March of 2025 and annual town meeting in April. So there's a lot of policy decisions made along the way. So I feel like we'll probably be back talking about things because we may or may not have a budget that fits within the confines of Proposition 2.5, given everybody's requests.
Yeah.
All right, so the beginning of the process, per our financial policies, we have a free cash policy that says the things that the town on a high level basis will use free cash for. And then once we know our free cash number, annually we develop a free cash plan. And so now that FY '24 is closed, we know that we have $4.627 million available. And that will, as funding for the CIP, Capital Improvement Plan, provide a major source of that will tell us how much debt we will potentially incur for the capital plan, should those be approved. But it's important to know how much is dedicated to be used toward the capital plan so that we can put together the financing plan for the capital.
So are you saying that the free cash that you're designating here, you're looking for guidance on spending it on capital improvement plan projects?
Not the project specifically, but how
Okay.
much we're going to dedicate toward the capital
Okay.
plan. And if we could move to the next slide, we'll get past my glaring typo.
Yeah, what was more polo?
I don't know how to play or anything, but it's just an unfortunate typo. It meant to say more policy decisions. All right, so this is what's the free cash plan that I was talking about. We have $4.6 million of free cash certified. Our financial policies say that we will not spend more than $500,000 on the operating budget so as to not create a structural deficit. These are typically boilerplate things that we've done every year with free cash. We use $175,000 from free cash annually to fund the appropriations reserve fund with a special article. We typically make a general purpose stabilization fund contribution of $200,000 a year is what's been most recent. There was discussion around a special purpose stabilization fund being created and funded from free cash at the last meeting when we discussed the 4.6 million. And that would be to fund save money for the firefighters that would have an impact in 29 and 28, 29, or 29 and 30, when the SAFER grant expires.
Can I ask questions as we go?
Sure.
Thank you. So if we're gonna earmark that money towards the SAFER grant, is that taking money away from a different fund that would have been included in this? Because you said this is a template from past years, so where is that $400,000
Well, the
coming from?
$400,000 is not.
Okay.
That was added as a result of this discussions from the last meeting.
Okay, so it's not replacing anything that was part of this free cash plan from years prior?
No.
Okay.
No, it's not replacing something.
Okay.
Then, again, this comes down to, at the end, we back into $500,000 being left. And the thought about why we would leave $500,000 in free cash unspent is typically been so that we have next year's contribution as well as a conservative move. It's part of our reserves, and when we get to the next slide, it'll be a little more apparent why we would leave $500,000.
And we do that typically every year?
Yes.
Yep. And the CIP amount of the 2.85, that's a little bit higher than
Yes,
recent years
yes.
because we're starting with a higher figure.
Correct,
Okay.
correct. And so, sorry, Jillian, let me.
Oh, no,
I'll
no,
just
yeah,
this
finish.
sentence. At the financial, at the budget summit, when we did the projections for the next year, we've assumed that we were gonna have $2 million for capital. So we tried to map out through those projections, using $2 million a year of free cash toward the capital plan. So this is slightly more favorable than what we projected at the
Summit.
Summit, right?
Can I ask my question now?
Sure.
That special stabilization fund, is that flexible if we do, for example, realize that a building needs a huge amount of money? Can we take from that? Because that's really just putting money away for,
It's basically a mechanism for saving money, yes.
yeah.
The law is you can create a special purpose stabilization fund, but it would take a 2/3 vote at town meeting. It's just, it's not a majority vote, it's a 2/3 vote to change the purpose of that fund. But it's legally allowable to change the purpose of the fund.
Oh.
But when you first do it, like right now, if we put it in there as it is, do we have to go to a town meeting the following year to do that? Or
To
do-
appropriate from the balance, correct, yes.
So it's good for a year, and then it's changeable the year after? Like, you couldn't change it on the floor? Because it's all into,
So I think what he's saying is we would vote this upcoming fiscal year '26 to formulate a special account, stabilization account, and then the following year, we could vote to appropriate whatever use we wanted to, right? Is that?
Correct,
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. I mean, we wouldn't change the purpose on town meeting floor when we're putting the money into the fund. It would be more likely that if the conditions changed and somehow, maybe the federal government wants to fund the firefighters for a longer period of time than 3 years, and we don't need the money for that purpose, we can use it for something else. We're not locked into having to use it for that purpose.
Yeah, it wouldn't be stipulated for.
okay, that's why it's just a special, but it doesn't say for what, just special.
It would say for what, but we could change it at later town meeting.
And later-
But then it requires a 2/3 vote?
To pull money out of a stabilization fund for any purpose, right, requires a
Correct, yeah.
2/3 vote. So
Yeah, and that's-
even in FY 29 or 30, whatever the year is that we're going to plan to withdraw from the stabilization fund, that use would require a 2/3 vote to pull it out. It is intentionally under the law set up that way.
So just to go back to our stabilization fund that we always put in, what do we got here?
200,000.
200,000 every year. Have we used that recently for any,
We have never transferred money out of the general purpose stabilization fund.
okay.
It's always remained as one of our reserves, so.
All right, because that's an interesting, I did a little bit more research on that, in that we're talking about, again, facilities that need to be upgraded and repaired, that some of that money can come from that stabilization fund, is that right?
Sure.
Stabilization fund can be
It's
used
for it's for anything that's,
purpose, yeah.
right.
It is recommended that it be maintained at a certain level to help us get good bond ratings and other things like that, so.
Right.
Right, so if we flip to the next slide, that's kind of where I was going with, talking about how this interplays with our financial policies for our reserves. Now, our financial policies say that we will try to retain a balance of 5 to 10% of our operating budget in our reserves, and our reserves are defined as free cash, any unspent free cash, plus the balance of stabilization. So per this calculation, we have $500,000 that would be remaining from the 4.6 million. We're going to transfer under this free cash plan, $200,000 into stabilization, into the general purpose stabilization. Our balance on July 1st was almost just shy of $6 million for our general purpose stabilization fund. We would count the $400,000 as a reserve. So total amount of reserves is about $7 million. And then in comparison to an $86 million budget, that's 8.27%. So that's well within 5 to 10% meeting our financial policies. I think higher rated cities and towns that are, the chair mentioned bond rating, and obviously that's something we want to be concerned with this year, especially with us potentially borrowing money for the fire station project in the neighborhood of $40 million. So just very important that we adhere to our policies, and that's something that we would score points with the rating agencies, of having policies and then following them. In addition, I think like the AAA communities are more along the lines of 10%, like collecting 10% of their budget in reserves. We've always, and this has been a very methodical process where we've adopted the free cash plan. We know what we have available to us, and so we typically have about 12% before spending, and that's what we would have had this year had we not proposed spending in the free cash plan. About 12%. That's above our financial policies. So we owe it to our residents and taxpayers to use the money for the upkeep of the town. Mm-hmm. So basically, not sit on money that they've paid in taxes and so forth. So 8.27% is, we're well within our policy guidelines and within our practices of prior years.
All right, so, and as you talked about 12 before, had that been adjusted then, down to 8 from somewhere?
If we add all this money back to the 4.6 million, that would be 12%.
Okay.
If we didn't do anything, if we didn't spend any free cash at all, it would be more like 12 point something percent.
Okay, but we do that to bring down the rate.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just to ask the question, would a 12% reserves, would that significantly lower a possible bond rate to make it actually worth it in any scenario that you foresee, or?
I don't think that would have a tangible effect on our bond rating. I think they want us to be between 5 and 10%, erring toward the side of 10%. I mean, we need to fund our capital plan on an ongoing basis and maintain buildings, and
They may start to do that if you maintain over 10% for a period of several years, and you're able to maintain your capital plan and everything else. Yeah.
That's gonna get factored in, and basically withholding more money in reserves isn't gonna have a real, in your projection, effect on a bond rating where.
Right. My
We have other
prediction
things
is
we have
that
to pay for.
it wouldn't have an effect
Right.
if we held it, and it might be looked at. We might be looked at unfavorably if we're not, pursuing a capital plan and reinvesting in ourselves.
That makes sense.
Looking for the next slide.
All right, yeah, the next slide. So, I mentioned some of these things already, but the capital improvement plan, it covers expenses $25,000 or more with useful life of 5 years. And so the capital plan is also more serious in some ways in that it could involve debt authorizations. And one thing that I want to do, and I know Mike Gallagher mentioned this when he was the interim, but he wanted to expand the capital plan to 10 years. Per our town code, it's 6 years, but I would like part of like the vote, or the understanding of the vote, to be that we're going to ask department heads to do more and produce a 10-year plan. We may produce a 6-year report, but we really need to have this data in order to create plans, long-term plans in the future. And then, again, the point would be to increase a focus on the out years, the outer years. So we're not caught in a position where we have all of these unmet needs that are meeting at once, you know, in the window of time that we're looking at in the short term.
Yeah. I definitely like the idea of having more visibility into those long-term projects. So right now, have we just been looking at a 6-year rolling basis, or what does the request look like? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's in our town code and our policies as well, that financial planning will do a report on
Yep.
the ensuing 5 years beyond the current year.
Got it.
So the 6-year capital plan, is that select board policy? I know code is a whole big thing. Is it select board policy, is it bylaw, or is it charter?
It's bylaw and our financial policies.
Okay.
So it's codified in both of those places. So I think it's, and again, I might be misspeaking, but I believe it's in the bylaws for the codification of the financial planning committee and
Okay.
what their role is.
Okay.
But it's
So-
also in our financial policies that's what, we will prepare a capital plan and it will include 6
And you could
years.
always prepare something longer.
Yes.
If it
Yeah,
made sense.
We're not violating anything by
Right.
asking for more.
Yeah, no, I think it makes a lot of sense. And if after a couple of years it proves valuable, then we could consider a town meeting article to formally update the bylaw.
Correct, yeah.
To change it to a 10-year plan and mandate that be
With the
standard.
smaller departments, you might not see anything beyond a 5-year
Right.
plan, but for fire, police,
Mhm.
it's integral, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, makes sense.
So is that something that's one of the policies that you want us to make
Well,
or included in?
inherent in your vote to support the budget instructions for the capital plan, it's going to be more work for the departments, and I want to be justified in asking departments to conduct more work on this budget.
Okay, I get it.
So we're not changing a policy per se, but you would be endorsing the budget instructions that have yet to be sent out to departments.
Okay, so that's what we would do next before everything goes to financial planning for next year at town meeting?
Right. Nothing's gone to financial planning yet.
Yes, okay.
Nothing's been turned in from departments or updated. We have the 25 plan that we can roll forward to 26, but then there's also, again, this is more spelled out in the memo than on this slide, but there's inflationary factors. These numbers can increase, so we need to gain some understanding around what's variable within these submissions and plans, so we know a decent method to project forward what the impact is going to be for some of these higher dollar items.
Yes, yes, and that's why this works well. I mean, there's many things in here that have either come and gone or whatever, making decisions on some of it too. When will we actually go through this?
Well, it culminates, we'll set a deadline of beginning of December for submissions and put that together, and there will be, I'm sure there's going to be some policy decisions.
Yeah, we'll be meeting with each and every department head and looking at what they have and asking them to pick their priorities. Of course, when we meet with every department, we're gonna know where we're at monetarily wise, and, yeah.
And process-wise, by the bylaws, it goes to the Financial Planning Committee.
Yeah.
And that's where everything gets sort of debated and so forth, and then they produce some recommendations that would then come to us.
Right.
Yeah, because that's going to be this year coming up, it's going to be only the second year that they've actually had any say in what was going on. Prior years, they were given instruction, and that was the end of it. So.
We're in a new era.
Yeah, it's good because it's something that I think everybody's expecting that. We get more involved, they would get more involved. And the financial summit, which showed everything, which was the best way to have it, is you have to look at it globally. You can't look at it individually because you're not gonna, the value of one thing has to be changed sometimes to be able to bring the other up.
Right.
And I think I'm happy that we're on that track.
And the good news is we're early, so we're not super early, but we're early enough to begin these discussions. And last year, you know, you could be critical of the process last year because everything was so encapsulated in a short period of time. We started the budget in January. So that was very imperfect, that schedule. But what was good about last year was there a lot more open and robust discussion with a lot more people, and there was a really thorough vetting of a lot of these items through these boards and committees. There was a lot of new people involved, a lot of questions were asked, and it was a short period of time, so that it was really kind of exhausting, but leading up to town meeting, it was a good process in terms of the boards and committees being engaged. And when I say boards and committees, I mean this board as well as the financial planning and the appropriations committee.
So I'm looking at what you would like us to approve tonight, and basically it's these suggestions that,
Yeah, I'm more
You're
looking for
halfway
your
through- you're not even
approval
halfway
that,
through it.
that you're endorsing those being part of the instructions that are given to departments.
okay.
And to what Laura suggested earlier, this is, you know, us seeing this is brand new. We may, I think, want to dwell on it a little bit. From my perspective, even more importantly, is I want Steph to be able to spend some time with it, and the two of you spend some time together in advance of our next meeting, because I want to make sure that it is your recommendation to approve these, and you saw this the same time we did, because you're brand new here.
Yeah.
So I think it makes even more sense to go ahead and delay. I think we can, at the end of Jason's presentation, we can look at them and sort of by consensus say, yeah, we think generally this looks okay. And I think if it does, I think that would be appropriate, no vote or anything like that. That would allow him to at least continue on this path.
Yep.
So that departments can be notified and everything else. But ultimately, you know, Steph needs to get buy-in to this. She may have different ideas, we don't know. And then the two of you should ideally reach consensus and come back to us for any fine-tuning or anything else at our next meeting.
I like that idea.
Okay. Okay. We have a public comment. Doug, would it be all right if we continued along with the presentation? I'll recognize you at the end. Thank you.
All right, so concluding the section on the capital plan, left the best for last. It's the operating budget. And,
okay, your next slide?
Yeah, next slide. All right, so this, obviously, this follows what we talked about at the August 2024 Financial Summit, where we put together a budget model with projections for the next 5 years, and we used some pretty broad estimates when we went through that process. This is to look at the Proposition 2.5 constraints. We have excess levy capacity now of $2.5 million. That at the summit, like I said, we modeled 3% increases, and that levy limit was used up in FY25 through that process using those 3% broad. So we are at the constraints of Proposition 2.5, needing an override in 28 per those estimates that were used. Nobody said we could come in with a 3% budget and make that work. It was for the purposes of that summit, in that exercise where we use 3%. We have not even sent out budget instructions to departments yet. So again, like I said, as we go through this, you'll see that I'm wanting the support because we're going to be asking departments to produce more scenarios than just a budget request. Because we are likely going to be we have these Proposition 2.5 constraints that are going to be coming in the window for 26. So the point here was these numbers that you'll see on the next slide, but don't go to it yet. I just still want to read off of this one for a second. If the levy capacity is completely used, this 2.5 million is used in FY26, that would mean that 3% could increase to 5.17%, and that's the absolute upper limit that we could produce a budget in for FY26 without needing an override or additional relief from Proposition 2.5. So it's really, I'm not saying it's okay to go out and produce a budget for 5%. That's not the policy position we're developing here. What we're saying is that we're trying to determine what the constraints are within Proposition 2.5. So I'm not saying that we should produce budgets that are all 5%. What I'm saying is that we cannot produce budgets more than 5%.
And that would be for every department.
What's that?
That would be for every department.
That would be in total, yeah, every department in total,
So that would kick us right to the levy limit.
yes.
Okay, let's not do that.
Yeah. So if we advance to the next slide, there's some, this is just our budget model that we use, and it's expanded for view here. We see the revised FY25 column, and this is just basically the Proposition 2.5 formula here. I don't know if you can read this on the screen easily or not. It's actually harder to read in the memo because it's in the context of the entire budget model on one page. So I tried to make it legible here. So again, this is how Proposition 2.5 works. You have a levy limit. You start the next year with a levy limit. We get 2.5%.
I can probably make this a little bit bigger.
Oh yeah, that looks pretty good. So from the Proposition 2.5 means that we can levy $1.6 million more. Then we add new growth. We estimate an amount for new growth, and that's based on $30 million of value. So our basic levy limit is $66 million. Then you add in all the debt exclusions, and we've modeled the fire station construction project as being one. And then that's how you get to your maximum allowable levy. And then there's the unused levy capacity, and that's how you get to your total tax receipts, your total tax levy.
Do you, being a numbers man, do you have a kind of a ratio or a percentage of how much we've always kept beneath the levy limit?
It's varied every year. When I first started here, that's when Northborough Crossing was starting to be built. There was a huge increase in valuation that year when Avalon came in and then Northborough Crossing. So that's ebbed and flowed. The most recent increase was the warehouses on Bartlett Street. So there's not a historic amount. There's been times when the town has been up against the limits of Proposition 2.5 in the past. So it's not, there's not an easy way to answer that. We've tried to produce budgets that haven't touched the unused levy capacity, basically leaving it level, but that was not feasible to produce the budget last year.
Right.
When I say last year, I mean the current year that we're in now.
Right. Well, we always heard about the levy limit being equal. It's where you want it to be. So by that explanation, I understand where that remark was always coming from.
Yeah. So it's a little more difficult when you have the unused levy capacity because it's a self-imposed constraint, like in terms of producing a budget.
Mm.
So you're basically saying that we could be taxing more and then doing more programs or having more new initiatives and doing everything with tax levy money. But every year, taxpayers are only going to accept so much of an increase.
Right.
And, it's not a scientific process as much as it is like a budgetary one.
Right, right. Well, as I say, I mean, we're coming into a lot of buildings that are going to need help, and they're not going to be able to hang around for 10 years. So that's the whole, I think the whole concern now as we move forward, that so many of them are in such bad condition. Or they're at their life. I mean, we've already got 40 years at the police station. So its life is almost, at its limit.
I think, a great benefit of this year having so much of a large free cash that came back is there's an opportunity to make more capital investment that doesn't directly hit the taxpayer, because we have more money than we would on a typical year for capital projects.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, we need to look at those, to Julian's point, we really need to look at how much we're
Oh,
going
yeah.
to be able to fix, rather than let it die even further.
Okay, and again, this model here, as you can see at the summit, we were projecting with that 3% budget increase, having about $885 or $800,000 left in excess levy capacity. And then just to get to the upper limit where I was calculating the 5% is, that's brought to zero. So you can see that, that's basically called taxing to the max. Do you tax to the max? And that model does show us taxing to the max.
Right.
And then these are the other components of that make up the general fund revenue budget. There's total tax receipts, that's just taken from the prior slide. State aid, then all the uses of free cash. In the Summit model, we were predicting $2 million being used toward capital, and then we were predicting using $400,000 from the levy to fund the stabilization fund. This one here shows in the upper limit model just that change because it's free cash. It doesn't impact the tax predictions, but that was that free cash plan that I laid out earlier. $400,000 being used from free cash to the special purpose stabilization fund. Then we have local receipts increase, through this budget model, we've increased them $100,000 a year every year. And then other funds are the transfers that come from other funds into the general fund that are voted as part of the town's budget.
Now, we talked about having an excise tax, bringing in more revenue. How are our meals tax? Is that something that's increased and done well? Or is it just a really small portion?
Yeah, meals tax, I believe it's under $500,000, and it's coming in on budget. We tried to be conservative with that throughout the pandemic. I think at the start of it in 2020, everybody was afraid that that was going to be zero and not $500,000 of our local receipts. They really never slowed down, and I think like the takeout business and so forth during the pandemic stemmed the tide there. Rooms and meals are both excises, and I don't think we're going to be getting much in terms of, we've got 2 facilities in town, and I don't think we're going to be getting much in the rooms tax. The rooms tax is generally about $100,000 a year that we get. It's a surcharge on the state tax at the hotels.
Okay.
But yes, we've been doing well with the meals tax. We're not balancing the budget on the back of the meals tax, but it's one way that we've continued to fund the OPEB contribution, because when we made the decision to adopt those local option taxes, that's when we said it's an informal funding source for our OPEB contribution. So they're almost equivalent, the amount of rooms and meals tax along with our OPEB contribution. So that's basically, we adopted that revenue stream in order to pay it, but we didn't line it up formally. It was just an explanation for why we were going to adopt the local option taxes.
And have we come to a limit, have we come up to where we needed to be with OPEB because we hadn't put money into it for a couple of years?
There's no hard number that we should have in OPEB. We have a liability. It's in the $30 million category, but our funding percentage is increasing every year as a result of us putting money into the OPEB trust fund. So it's like our pension plan. We're assessed by Worcester Regional. It's a very similar number in terms of it's being it's based on our employee costs, and it's determined by an actuary. There's a funding plan for the Worcester Regional Retirement System, so we are going to be facing assessments of about 10% a year from the retirement system in order to become fully funded in the pension plan.
Okay.
Until 2036.
Oh, my, okay.
So we built that into the budget model, and that's one of the things that, it's a cost that outpaces the potential revenue that's coming in. So it's something that is why it's difficult to stick with like a 2.5% increase or something like that, because we have these other factors that are fixed costs that we have to pay for.
Okay. And just a happening question is, do you every year look at the potential retirement expense, what you're expecting for employees that are at a point where they could potentially retire? Because then they're bringing that down, right?
Well, in the past, there have been, and there has to be legislation to allow it, if you're talking about early retirement incentives. Typically, the town pays those, and those are just, those typically make sense in conditions where you're going to retrench your staff. If you were going to be laying off people, if you could incentivize them to retire rather than laying people off, you would achieve a savings to that because you're paying a higher retirement assessment as a result of encouraging people to take these incentives.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't any proposed in the current times.
Okay.
But yeah, we do look at, again, in our models, we do predict that we are going to have an increase of the assessment of 10% for the time being.
Okay. All right, thank you.
But yeah, those numbers get recalculated and determined to actual. So we have our own actuarial rating within the retirement system. So they're telling us exactly what we need to fund as a part of the entire system.
Okay.
So it may or may be more than 10%, it may be less than 10%, but overall, they're going to appropriate 10% a year and fund their system because they have 100 members.
Okay.
And do they send us those actuarial reports, or do they just give us the
They
top
do,
line
yeah,
number?
they do. I don't think the next one for 26 is available yet, because it's based on 2 years in the past.
Right.
But I don't believe they've calculated their appropriation for 26 yet.
Right.
And again, so these were the other sources of revenue.
Ready for the next slide?
Yes. So if we click to the next slide, this is the expenditures, and then town and school. And again, as I was talking about some of these, this model here shows the town budget going up 5% and the town departments going up 5%, and that's the upper limit. I'm not saying people are going to go out and produce 5% budgets. I'm saying this is the upper limit constraint that we have. As you see here, we have the transfer of the special purpose stabilization fund that was proposed in both models. We modeled that at the summit. Non-excluded debt service is part of what's considered the town budget. So we have that set to go up based on some of the more recent approvals for some smaller debt items. I think the 2 fire trucks and the DPW tight tank and things like that. So that's set to, that's why we're on path for that to go up a little bit this year. Health insurance, we're hearing initial numbers that our claims data is not good, that we're potentially facing a 10% premium increase for our health insurance policy. We need to go back and meet with our consultants again. I'm thinking there's 2 components of our health insurance. There's the retiree health insurance in our active plans, and I'm saying 10% is probably the premium, is what we're hearing from the consultants for our active plan. And I just changed that to 8% because we modeled 4% at the summit. We weathered a 4% last year, and I don't know, my thought is we usually start with these predictions, hearing these predictions that are pretty high, and then they come down somewhat. So I just picked 8% because it was between 4 and 10. The retirement assessment's in there for 10%. We don't know the exact amount yet. Solid waste subsidy, that's based on a contract. That's what the shortage would be within the enterprise fund. So we basically know that it's 4%. And then other fixed costs, our Medicare expense, again, that's based on insurance premiums. I didn't change it between the summit and here, so I know there's some pretty specific things within there that led to the 5.86%, but they're fixed costs, so they're unavoidable costs that we're going to face regardless.
Is, not to get off track, but the health insurance, like provider, who does Northborough use? Is it GIC or?
Well, we have a single source. We work through a health insurance consultant that bids out our insurance, and right now our providers, we have a contract with Harvard Pilgrim this year, and it was Harvard Pilgrim last year. We're experience-based in our plan. We're a member of a JPA with Town of Southborough and the region, so we have a bigger risk pool, so we're able to attract a lower rate as a result of that.
Okay.
But no, it's not the GIC. Our budget increases have actually outperformed the GIC in terms of their increases, so we haven't had a burning need to go to the GIC. And I think that, there was a lot of, whenever we've looked at the GIC, there's been some unattractive things to it at whatever year. There was the year that, I think when we were looking at it, they had frozen some of the providers that covered this area and weren't allowing people to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not advocating for them. I was just curious.
But no, we work with a company called NFP.
Okay.
And, the same personnel that have worked there, they've been acquired, and it's a consulting company, and we've worked with Ken Lombardi's his name, and William Short. They're two consultants that we've worked with for years.
I just ask one question more about the insurance. Is it the same? Is everybody's coverage the same, like from the unions and from the non-union in the schools? Are they all the same?
Yes,
And
Different
it's one
options,
policy, yeah.
like a PPO or HMO. Yeah, they could choose different packages, but it's the same, yeah.
It's
Right,
all supposed to be
the-
the same.
The plan design is the change. There's some minor details in terms of, we've gone through the route of doing some plan design changes where we have what's called health reimbursement arrangements, where we reimburse employees for high co-payments that are part of a plan design. So we have inpatient, outpatient co-payments of $1,000 and $500, which are pretty high compared to what your ordinary copay would be. But we hold the employees harmless for those, the inpatient, outpatient co-payments. A number of years ago, we added a high-tech imaging copay of $250, and that was reimbursable. And then it affects collective bargaining because all of the bargaining units signed memorandums of understanding that they would accept these plan designs in exchange for the reimbursement arrangement. And this is, I'm going on it. The only difference is that the school union didn't accept the MOU for the high-tech imaging, but the school department is paying those reimbursements out of their budget.
Oh.
So, just one very, very minor nuance to it, but the question is that the plan design is the change for the town. Plan design is the same for the town and the schools for the most part.
Yeah, because I would think it would be fair to everybody to have all the same benefits.
Yeah.
And most especially because, the people who aren't school and aren't on unions kind of lose a little bit sometimes because they don't seem to get the play.
One of the reasons why they wanted to accept, like their union didn't want to go with that was because they pay a lower contribution rate towards the same plan. The town's on a 70-30 cost sharing plan where the school department is 75-25. So they pay 5% less in terms of the premium.
Okay, thanks.
You ready for the next slide?
Oh, and, yeah, so, again, the next part of this is the school budgets. So, it's showing that the operating assessments are 5% for Assabet and Algonquin operating and the K-8 schools. So, again, I'm not saying that they should produce budgets that are 5%, but that would be our uppermost constraint. And this is the rest of the budget model. This is just the reserve fund, transfer stabilization, the special articles, the debt excluded debt service, and that's a balanced budget.
Was the White Cliffs all done on debt service?
The White Cliffs is within the CPA, and then these numbers don't include the CPA.
Oh, okay.
It's a wash either way.
So the White Cliffs, I think there's about 2 years left of debt service.
Yeah, because that's what I think. I thought it was up to that, so it's almost done.
Every year, the CPA has an article, though, to appropriate money to cover the debt service for the building acquisition and the initial preservation of the building.
Mhm.
Go back to the October CPA meeting, I presented on that to the CPC. I don't have that presentation in front of me. If you look at it.
Send me the link.
I can.
If you could drop that mic, you would.
That's it.
No, there's still a few more slides left. All right, so this is just showing those numbers on one page in a highly summarized way. Just to prove that they're balanced. All right, if we want to move on to the next one. So again, my recommendation for how to handle these constraints is to produce budgets with 3 scenarios. Ask for a level, we typically have in the past asked for level service budgets from every department. And when they would produce a supplemental budget request, the answer was just no. So basically, what I'm asking is we need to produce a framework so that we can make the policy decisions of what things are going to be funded and what things are going to be basically said no to, or we're going to have to wait on for new initiatives. And then if somebody's budget, level service budget, includes an increase that's more than, say, 3%, we need to know that too, and then narrate through what would need to be cut to get to a 3% increase to match up to what we projected at our financial summit. And so this is going to be more work for departments to produce 3 budget scenarios, potentially 3 budget scenarios. So that's the extent of what I'm bringing forward tonight, is and ask for support of producing budget instructions that are going to be more work for departments.
Yeah, I like the idea of at least the level service and the 3%.
And when I say ideal, we heard a lot of proposals for needs at the financial summit, and I'm not belittling any of them, but I don't foresee us being able to say yes to all of them or many of them.
I think the thought you put into this is great, and I think having our department heads prioritize where they see it, and also recognizing that we need to save money, I think it'll be a good exercise. And hopefully it's not going to be something that'll be ongoing difficult. It'll be something that we'll be able to do going forward.
I think that, on the assumption that tomorrow goes well for the fire station project, we recognize, and town meeting recognized that, folks are going to be asked to pay a little bit more next year to support that project. Anything we can do, particularly next year, to offset that increase, not completely, but to budget accordingly, knowing that that's coming, I think makes some sense. That I am very happy that our free cash came in as high as it did, that will allow us to, I think, do very well on the capital side. We have to be very careful on the operating side. I would not be opposed to having a discussion about, I think you're suggesting putting $500,000 of the free cash into operating. I would not be opposed to making that a little bit higher, on a one-time basis, so that we can at least preserve what we've got. Understanding that that'll sacrifice if we increase that by $100,000, we're sacrificing capital by $100,000, but our capital is still higher than we anticipated it to be, and probably higher than it's been for a number of years. Those are things that we don't know yet what all of those needs look like.
I would just say this, obviously, you know, the risk with allocating more than $500,000 to the budget is the potential risk of creating a structural
Yep.
deficit. Because next year, we may not have that increased amount available, and there was a number of years where we phased into that $500,000, to phase down to that $500,000 through the financial policy process, and we would just have to have a policy vote to overlook our policy so that we can.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a matter of balancing all of the different pieces, including, you know, a one-time increase. You know, that increase will stay with us for, you know, 20 to 30 years, but the delta is the big one this year, going, you know, into next year because of the fire station project, again, on the assumption that it goes well tomorrow, and thinking about how to balance that off as much as we can for the taxpayer. But I agree, I don't want that to become a structural issue.
Where do you think, because we've talked again about the buildings and the maintenance of the buildings, that, you know, washing the windows once a year, doing the deep cleaning once a year that you should do, whether it's, you know, taking the mold off the buildings or whatever. How do we get that into this budget so that we can start to do those things? Because everything has been got, where we've had requests from, like, the senior center to clean their floors, and things that just have not been part of their budget to do that, but then it moves to the facilities column. So in that facilities column, we have to be able to expect maybe to put that to be a higher piece to be able to start that process of the maintenance that hasn't been done, and then catch up with some of the other stuff.
Right, I mean, if it's some kind of initiative that would have a useful life of more than 5 years, and $25,000 would be appropriate for it to be a capital article. Otherwise, if it's lesser than that, that would be a conversation, I think, that the department would have to have with the facilities department to fund it and budget that within the facilities budget, within the general fund.
Right, that might be something to
Oh,
set your
absolutely.
cap on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think, I mean, we've gone on long enough, and when we hear the stories, and just, I mean, there's a lot of things like, how often is your sprinkler system checked? And is it really checked, you know? I don't know. I just started getting a little involved in that. So it's interesting how much stuff hadn't been done. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think we all kind of knew that these needs were going to be uncovered through hiring a facilities manager. And unacknowledged needs doesn't mean that there's zero. I mean,
Right,
that was what everybody said all along, was we are going to save personnel time and heartache from people that aren't really a department head managing a building that's not really a facilities manager trying to do that. And, I mean, we're all helped by there being a facilities manager on staff, and it was really thankful that that position was finally funded after years of it first being classified, and then it was unfilled and unbudgeted for years, and then we were all very thankful, and it was helpful basically to everybody that that position was added to our roster of employees. But I think the effect of that is now we're seeing what the needs are and what it's going to cost to maintain the buildings.
right.
Okay, next slide.
And yeah, I don't think I have any more. Yeah, I recommended, and if you're not comfortable taking a position on the free cash plan, I understand that. If your vote could be to support the budget instructions, I really would like to get those out to departments.
So that's,
The operating budget or the CIP and operating?
To produce them, you asking for additional information.
Okay.
That's
But,
the three, that's the.
the three scenarios.
The three scenarios.
yeah, for operating budget,
Yeah.
right? Not the other one, not the CIP.
The CIP, you wouldn't be taking a policy position on how much we're funding of the CIP. You'd be endorsing the plan to ask for 10 years, in
Oh.
addition to asking for additional information.
That's this.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. I thought they were excellent suggestions.
Yes, I think so too.
Right, so if you don't want to vote on the free cash plan, I would like you to at least vote to support the operating and capital budget.
Because that allows you to get
instructions.
started. Okay.
Yeah. And
Steph,
and
are
I
you-
would back that, absolutely. I mean, even just looking at the capital improvement plan, these are questions I've always asked. You know, alternative funding, you know, in priorities. Why it would be over something else. And hopefully with this, we're getting more information, and not only the department head is looking at their item of concern, and then when we go to the other bodies, they'll be able to represent their need and be able to, figure out what they can cut and what they could keep if we cut it down to a 3% or even level funded at this time. And it's a collective bargaining year as well. So we have 5 unions, and if you think about the increase of that, and a lot of it might be retroactive pay, and so we are dealing with a heavy-hitting year.
And pretty much everything that's on here, all the things that you've bulleted, are what you're going to be asking for, or is it just the 10-year request?
No, the additional.
All this information.
The stuff that's in the memo, yes.
Right.
Good.
I'd feel comfortable holding off on free cash plan
Okay.
and moving forward, especially if it's going to help the budgeting process continue to move along. I know that there's been a lot of, comments around the financial planning for this year, so thank you for going into such depth with this, though. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yeah, this is really, really good. Are folks okay with moving forward
Yeah.
with the other two item? And obviously Steph is recommending that.
Again, we can
Yeah.
develop a capital plan that's blind to the financing source. Again, it would be helpful to have a free cash plan in place so we know how much money is going to be devoted to the capital plan. But that would be helpful along the way. We can still produce budget instructions
Perfect.
without the free cash plan.
Perfect. I would just love a little bit more time to look at the numbers and digest them, but thank you for being flexible.
A while back, I said that I'd recognize Doug. Doug, if you want to come up to the microphone, and then we'll entertain a motion.
Just 2 questions. Do you know what the approximate annual receipts are for the state lottery?
The state lottery is part of what's now called unrestricted general government aid. And it used to be called lottery aid years and years and years ago. So I think that component of our state aid is about $700,000. Off the top of my head, I'm not 100% sure. It is called out, if you look at unrestricted general government aid as one component of our, quote, cherry sheet state aid money that comes in, I believe it's $770,000, but.
A lot of scratch tickets.
But you raise a good point, though, because we did have a nice winner this year. Does the town get money for
I don't think
that?
that does make a difference.
Oh,
Yeah.
The store does.
Yeah. We used to get all of the lottery, many years ago, cities and
Yeah.
towns got 100% of the lottery aid. They changed the name and took away some of the money.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Doug, you had another question?
Yeah, the last question is, I've got this capital improvement program, and I noticed that for FY '26, you've got a $20 million budget for town offices building project. Did you notice that? So what's that all about?
Yeah, it was a number assigned to this town hall, a renovation project here. When discussions started happening around the financial summit, that was subtracted out. It was a guess.
So they're taking that out?
Yeah, because it's unlikely that a town hall project would be undertaken until well after Peasley School.
Oh.
Yeah, so the Financial Planning Committee will be taking a look at that. Their job is to create this plan and do the FY '26 update. That would be part of that process.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks, Doug. Okay, is there a
Yes.
motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to adopt and support the capital and operating budget instructions as presented in the memo by the finance director included in the meeting packet.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor, say
Aye.
I see that as unanimous. Jason, thank you so much
And
for all the time.
will
this
capital,
evening.
and sorry, will the free cash plan discussion, will that come back at our next meeting now?
Okay, Linda, if you could make a note to put that on our
Does that
next
sound good?
agenda.
I can.
Okay,
Yep, that's great.
thank you.
It won't take as much time.
We've already reviewed it, but I think it does make sense for the two of you to have some more conversations, make sure that that sounds
I
in
mean,
line.
The intent was, and I felt like it's fairly uncontroversial, that this just met our existing financial policies.
Yeah.
So if we're going to veer from it, it would be something that would be outside of our financial policies, and we're having a broader conversation about that.
Yep,
Along,
that makes
and
sense.
potentially longer.
So what you've proposed here really is our current policies anyway,
Correct,
right? So we're not,
yeah.
we don't even have to vote on it, but because we started the process, let's just plan to do that.
Well, there would be a choice. I mean, we could
Yeah.
not put $400,000 into a special purpose
Sure.
stabilization fund, and we could put that money toward the capital plan, but
Right.
it was really a combination of the discussion from the last meeting
Yeah.
combined with our financial policies.
I think it's a good proposal, so, all right, so, that'll come back.
So
Julianne?
that'll come
Yeah.
up,
So
Yeah.
that we'll vote on next time.
Yes,
Okay.
yep.
and that's under the capital plan, under the free cash?
Free cash
Or
plan.
something?
The free-
That's
the free
under free
cash,
cash?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, good. So that concludes that item. Jason, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Next up, we have reports. Let's see, I think last time we started with Mike, so this time we'll start with Laura.
Sounds good. So I had a lovely time attending the Junior Women's Club Craft Fair. They host this every year. And unfortunately, there was a miscommunication and they parked, some of the people parked on the basketball courts. So hopefully we can get a plan to either get signs or fencing. I know that Mr. Martineau had put a note that they're going to work on some solutions to avoid that in the future. Hopefully, somebody can be there tomorrow morning before voting to make sure that there's nobody parking on the courts tomorrow. But I just want to make sure that that is definitely enforced. The kids were not able to use those courts for a good chunk of last year, so we've got to stay on top of that. Welcome to our police force comfort dog, Marshall. I cannot wait to meet this adorable puppy. If people are on social media, he has a better presence than I do, and much cuter. The tax classification meeting, which Jason had mentioned, is coming up on November 12th, which is in Town Hall, so you're welcome to stop by and participate in that, and then that will come in front of the Select Board coming forward as well. The Elderly and Disabled Tax Fund will be collecting applications.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I think it's the 18th.
For the Select Board meeting.
No, the tax.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
For the tax assessors?
Yeah.
Thank you for correcting that, I'm sorry. Typo. Tomorrow, for everybody that's going to be voting, there's going to be a bake sale to benefit the sixth grade class, so you're welcome to purchase some baked goods. And then last but not least, I wanted to thank all the police that participated in trick-or-treating details. We had Officer Fuller stop by with my family, and he was so engaging with the kids, and it was nice to see the enthusiasm from the trick-or-treaters to see him there. So that concludes my report, and happy Veterans Day to all our veterans. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Julianne, any reports tonight?
So just a couple things. I hope everyone, when they come into Town Hall, will take a look at the artwork from the Aspen
Yes.
Valley High School students. It's on level 1, and it's pretty creative what they've done with car parts. And then I also want to say that Monday is Veterans Day, and if I could take this opportunity to express my thanks to all of our veterans and their families. I think it's safe to say that we would not be attending a meeting like this tonight if it weren't for our veterans. So a deep heartfelt thank you to all of you and your families. And I'll end my report there. Thank you.
Sure. Lisa, any reports tonight?
I just want to echo what my fellow select board members have already said. Veterans Day is very important. I don't think we give it enough interest. I think that it's very true. And we're seeing so much war going on throughout the world that it's amazing that we're still in the position that we're in today. So I do appreciate all of the services that they've given us in their lives. And that's going to conclude my report tonight, believe it or not.
Thanks, Lisa. Mike, any reports tonight?
Yeah, so one report from the school committee is that they did get funding through MSBA for the Z roof. I don't have the details of it. I was trying to flip through their agenda and meeting packet, and it's way worse than ours. I couldn't even get through it to give you the numbers. But so yeah, just a report on that. And then to obviously echo, the comments about Veterans Day, my grandfather, Herb Tejan, who passed away a few years ago, but was a veteran of the Korean War. It was fun. I'd always call him on Veterans Day with the kids, and they'd always thank him for his service and everything. It was always a nice piece. I still thank him. Hopefully he could hear it wherever he is. But thank you to all the veterans who were as said, they're the reason we're sitting here. So, and that concludes my reports.
Great. Everything I wanted to mention has already been mentioned, so I won't continue the meeting necessarily long, but happy Election Day tomorrow to all who celebrate, and obviously that question 6 places a big direction on us one way or another, which we'll certainly discuss at upcoming meetings. Steph, any reports tonight?
Oh my goodness.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
It was a whirlwind today. No, I was just getting my feet wet and getting hooked up electronically, and we went to the WRTA meeting. I saw you both at. Yeah, and met some people I haven't met. I have a lot to do. Yes.
Well, welcome.
Yes,
Thank
well,
you, yeah.
Okay, Di, any reports tonight?
I have no report. Thank you.
Very good. Next up on our agenda, future agenda items. Does anyone have anything that they wish to add to a future agenda? Julianne?
So always with the tax classification, it's, a part of the discussion is protecting small businesses. And what kind of information can we get about how many small businesses we have that would, if we did decide to go into a split rate, what kind of information can we get on how many of these small businesses there are that would be exempt if we did a higher classification for industrial and commercial? And even, a list of.
I'm not sure how they would be exempt from that. Thank you.
So my understanding is that there's criteria that if you are a small commercial enterprise, and a town has a split tax rate, you would be exempt from the higher rate. It's something like a number of employees or something like that.
Okay. Can we try to get some
Am I wrong?
information?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because our next meeting is the tax classification.
Right.
So
But
if we,
that always comes up.
okay, if we could ask the assessors or whoever
Yeah.
can prepare that to answer that question.
I know at an MMA meeting I had gone to, I had asked about, is there something like square footage wise you could do different? And there isn't. So they didn't describe any differences for taxation of businesses or commercial space. But maybe,
I
I
don't
don't
remember
know.
anything different for small businesses, but I could be misremembering. So we'll get that, we will have that answered,
Well, there's
unless we get it now.
There's a small business commercial exemption that could be made. It goes to the property owner, not to the
Oh,
business
that's right.
owner. So that is something that'll be part of the assessor's presentation when they come forward with the classification here.
Okay. So it might be useful to the extent that they can determine it, what percentage of the business, the commercial properties are owner occupied versus leased out.
Yeah, so there's the residential exemption, which is a shift among residential class for rental properties and owner-occupied rental properties. We don't adopt that here. That's usually just cities and places on the Cape that adopt that exemption. The places that have a high level of high level of rental property, which we don't have here. The small commercial exemption as well, that's something, it's shifting the rate between the business class. So it would have no effect on residential, it would just shift the rate within commercial commercial industrial property.
And I have one more thing
Sure.
for the future agenda. There's a lot of comment and a lot of opinions on these benches and picnic tables.
Okay.
Primarily the benches, I think, but can we finally can we have a discussion about that and figure out where those benches really should go?
Sure, if we could maybe ask Scott and Lori to bring some final designs and options to us. You know, we approved $25,000 for downtown benches and picnic tables, which isn't a lot of money. But to finalize,
So we could look at that and maybe have some input into that.
sure,
I think that'd be great.
okay. But keep in mind that we need to make a decision quickly.
Yes.
Or we risk losing.
Yeah, no, but I think it's worthwhile, because there's a lot of, I've heard some people talking about what's happening to the town common and the changes that it's gonna make to the town common, and I think that committee really worked hard to create what they did. And I don't know that I would feel good about seeing, a total different look with the benches in the back, well, not the benches, but the tables
Yeah.
also.
And we tried to minimize the impact, but also minimize the cost at the same time. If
Yeah.
we wanted to, we could perhaps allocate some additional funds to get something that's closer to the design that the original town common design had before they had to cut their picnic tables.
Or
That's a
just put
plus.
them in Assabet, we don't have to have
Yeah,
them there.
I was honestly really looking for some enhancements to the downtown area,
Well-
was that purpose of that funding.
Yes, but perhaps we can, look and see what they have and go it with the
All
board.
right, so we'll try to get some input on that. next time.
One more.
Sure.
So do you think that we should finish the ARPA allocations so that we have December as a kind of?
I think from hearing from Scott that he didn't think he would have all the final sidewalk numbers until the first meeting in December, right? Yeah,
So I got pushed back.
yeah, he's just still gathering information on, so we're gonna have to make,
And after what
A
we
lot
spent
of
tonight, we're at like, what, 590?
something in that range,
In
yeah, I
total?
don't remember,
So
Sorry.
are we agreeing that what's ever
There's-
left
there's
over
one-
is
there's-
going to sidewalks?
Well, there's one more thing that's
So we
gonna come
spent,
forward.
we're at about 640 now, we were at 649 going into tonight, and we spent 9,000 tonight.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so 640 is about what we've got in
All
total.
right, and I'm pretty sure the police are gonna be asking for some lighting. That's the speed lighting.
Okay.
So that's gotta be next.
Yeah, I think
next meeting.
there are a few more things. I was speaking with Di earlier that, I don't know if anyone noticed, but the lighting I'm pointing in the wrong direction of the building, it's back that way. For the town hall sign,
Yeah.
is there, the lighting
That
is.
was me.
Yeah, the lighting's been out for a little while, and my understanding is that those are fluorescent tubes and the ballast is bad and you really can't get those parts anymore, so we may have a choice of either replacing the internal lighting of that sign with LED or completely replacing the entire sign.
Sign review
I-
has a memo.
I had you in mind.
Oh, my God.
So I suggested to Di that, at one of our upcoming meetings in the very near future, to see if we could get some costs on those
Yeah.
two options and hopefully use ARPA towards that.
Good. Well, right now, they have the Christmas light spotlights that you stick in the ground and you run the wire.
Mm-hmm.
So you could put it on that and do an external light while you're waiting. Because people have talked about coming in at night and they can't see
Yeah.
their way to the driveway, so.
Yeah, you just do little solar
just- yeah, it's-
solar
it-
lights or
it's a little
something.
spotlight
For
that
the very,
can
very
go
short
on.
term. Okay, any other future agenda items?
We do have to do the minutes, what we want to do for minutes, how we want our minutes to look, that discussion, we still have to have that.
Yep.
So, that's what I recommend.
Mike?
I was just gonna say, after touring two other town-owned properties at some point in the future, some point next year, or whenever we get to it, a discussion on those two properties and a way forward
Yeah.
with them.
Excellent.
We're all for that.
Agreed, I know. I imagine Steph's gonna get a tour of
I
these.
mean, for those,
these
I got
buildings
some,
very
I
near
got some
future.
property that I'd be willing to give goodwill, or Habitat for Humanity,
Yeah, right?
Oh,
You're gonna sell your house?
We
You're
had
gonna
that
give your house
discussion
to them?
once. All right. Seeing no other items, is there any public comment before we close out this evening? Let's see, public comment. If you are in person or remote and you have something to offer, if you could raise your electronic hand, I'd be happy to recognize you. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Is there any other business to come before the board before we adjourn tonight?
Only that I think Jason is amazing. We are very lucky to have him.
I really enjoyed your delivery today.
Humor even.
It was.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Oh, my goodness.
Motion's been made and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. We're adjourned 11:04 PM. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a wonderful night.